first match being staged at this ground in the World Cup. There will be another one. West Indies play Scotland here. And ready for the first ball now. Javagal Srinath will bowl it. Neil Johnson, who had such an outstanding opening game against Kenya, was the man of the match. Made 59 following his bowling, 4 for 42. There's a lot of connections here with the county, as you heard Sunil say. India stationed here. This is their base for the World Cup. The umpire Peter Willey played for Leicester, and so did Neil Johnson there. Took the place of Phil Simmons, the West Indian, when Simmons was required on international duty in 1997. Just waiting for the hands of the clock to come around to one of these idiosyncrasies in this game. That'll be bang on time at the start. And it's 11:15 play, says Peter Willey, and here we go. Srinath to Johnson.
Well, one thing you can say by the fact that both the teams had to wait before the first ball was bowled is that both teams are eager to get on with it. Zimbabwe having already won their first match, and knowing that the Indian team is without Sachin Tendulkar, would like to capitalize on that psychological advantage as much as possible.
Good save. Was well timed, that shot. Shot of a batsman in form.
Yes, he's had a good match, the first match of the World Cup. Here in the second match, you can see that confidence showing. That's a very well timed shot. Good effort that by Sourav Ganguly. The Indians need such an effort right throughout to ensure that they are not too down in this tournament.
Well bowled. Nice bounce on that one. And beating the outside edge.
Yeah, sometimes the confidence of your previous innings can make you play at just about every delivery. You hit the ball in the middle of the bat in the previous game, and you tend to forget that the next game is a new game. And a lot of batsmen, instead of trying to play themselves in, try and carry on as if it's the previous innings. Then again, it's a limited overs game. You can't really afford to have too many dot balls. But surely in the first few overs, when the ball's doing something and you're new to the crease, you're not very sure whether your feet are moving, you're not very sure how the ball's going to bounce and move, that's the time to take it just a little bit easy. Watch it, watch the ball.
That is very close. Bad misjudgment there on the part of Johnson, and fortunate to get away with it.
Well, this is a delivery that Srinath has developed recently. I think there was just a little too much bounce in it. He's got a very good one that leaves the left-hander, but this one is the one that holds its line and comes in just a little bit. And you can see he's been hit on top of the pad. It would have gone over the stumps.
Certainly looked in line. Lovely shot. So off the mark, Johnson, off the last ball of the first over, with a fine cover drive for 4. Zimbabwe sent in 4 without loss. Prasad it will be who will take up the bowling for India. Grant Flower will be the batsman in strike, and Zimbabwe off the mark with that boundary off the last ball of the previous over. Here's Prasad's first delivery now, and he starts with a no ball. Lovely shot to finish off the last over by Neil Johnson.
He bowled a very good over Srinath till then, and then spoiled it all by giving a wide half volley to Neil Johnson, who was quick to latch onto it and get off the mark. Even in the previous game against South Africa, the Indians were bowling 4 or 5 good balls, and then spoiling it all by giving a boundary off the last ball.
Grant Flower, very experienced player, 94th one-day international, younger brother of Andy, who is in the side as well, the wicketkeeper, former captain in fact, Andy of Zimbabwe. A lot of family relationships in Zimbabwean cricket. They've got the two Whittles here, Andy and Guy, who are cousins. Paul's trying in the side as well, though his brother is not in the side here, has played together with him. Umpire Dave Orchard will signal a wide. Umpires are very strict on those deliveries down the leg side.
Well, this would have been a perfect delivery for a right-hander, but to the left-hander it is a wide. This is what the bowlers have to watch out for in this tournament. They mustn't concede wides and no balls. That would mean that many extra deliveries and runs to the opposition.
Anxious look around to see where it had gone. Not where you intended, but a single all the same.
And if Gary Kirsten is watching, he would say, well, why does this not happen to me? Just about every time that Gary Kirsten gets an inside edge, he manages to get the ball onto the stumps.
Well, I suppose when you're in form and things are going for you, as is the case with Johnson, that's what happens. Just getting back to the wides and the no balls, India already have conceded 1 wide and 1 no ball from this over from Prasad. They weren't too bad on wides in the opening match against South Africa, just the 3 wides conceded. And you'll find that in so many of the other matches, for instance, Zimbabwe conceded 25 wides in their opening match against Kenya. And so many of the teams now conceded up 20 and more wides in innings.
The Indian coach has made a conscious effort to impress on his team, the bowlers particularly, about the no balls and the wide ball factor, which can often change the course of the match simply because you're giving the opposition that many more deliveries. You're in fact bowling more than 50 overs. You end up bowling sometimes 52 overs, 53 overs.
Well bowled, big appeal. There was a noise, but as far as umpire Orchard was concerned, it wasn't leather on wood.
Well, knowing how Nayan Mongia normally reacts after taking a catch, you could say that this was not an edge, because he would have been the first one to go up. I think it was a bat crushing the pad. Very good decision that by David Orchard.
Edge through where third slip would have been, and a single to end off the over, and in fact maybe more, and will be another run. Slack cricket here by India to finish off the over. Very slack. Agarkar down there, 10 without loss, 2 overs gone. Zimbabwe were sent in. It's become a little bit overcast now. The sun's left us here at Grace Road. Here's Srinath.
Well, that is artillery that he has added to his weaponry. The one that leaves the right-hander. When he started his career, he was a bowler who cut the ball back into the right-hander, but didn't have this delivery that left the right-hander.
In fact, these two teams played each other for the first time in the 1983 World Cup on this ground. They played 6 times in the World Cup. India have won all 6 times. Overall 24, with India 18-4 to the advantage. There have been 2 tied matches between them. Always one. A good save by Robin Singh over at backward point. One of the outstanding fielders in the Indian team, in spite of the fact that he's now getting on in the mid-30s.
Yes, Robin and Ajay Jadeja, apart from the captain Mohammad Azharuddin, are the 3 really outstanding fielders that the Indian team has. All-round fielders, could close in and also in the outfield.
Well bowled. That's the first wicket. Beautiful delivery from Srinath. India have made the breakthrough. And that's the one that they really wanted. The in-form Neil Johnson going to an absolute beauty.
Well, you had to be a good enough batsman to get an edge to that, because that was a real corker of a delivery. He had to play at it. Look at him. It's turned him inside out. That is a real beauty of a delivery. And as far as India is concerned, they have taken the in-form batsman out, Neil Johnson, for 7, and Zimbabwe have lost their first wicket for 12.
New batsman is Paul Strang, not usually a number 3 in the longer form of the game, and in fact only promoted to number 3 here recently in one-day internationals by Zimbabwe. Got 29 in the opening match against Kenya, hit 2 6s. He's in there for that reason, in that he is a quick scorer, take advantage of the field restrictions within the first 15 overs. More notice as a leg spinner. No ball from Srinath. No ball there, but a sensational ball, the one before.
Yes, Neil Johnson had to play at it. He couldn't leave it. And look at the way it's turned him inside out. Simple catch there to Nayan Mongia. But it's a beauty of a delivery.
Interesting move here to put Strang at number 3.
Yes, Paul Strang's known to do the pinch hitting job for Zimbabwe. But even he'll take a couple of sighters before he starts to throw his bat around. What Zimbabwe don't want to do at this stage is to lose early wickets. because they know that the Indian strength today is in their new ball bowling. They've got Ajit Agarkar as first change, so they've got a good seam attack in the Indians.
So wicket over for Srinath in India, making the breakthrough. Zimbabwe 13 for 1. So Zimbabwe sent in, and Azharuddin certainly has got what he wanted, having made the decision to bowl first. Srinath has delivered an early wicket. Now it's up to Prasad to see if he can do the same. Grant Flower in strike.
Grant Flower does the anchor job for Zimbabwe. He's a very solid player. He's the kind of player that Zimbabwe will hope will stay on, while the others at the other end will try and accelerate the scoring. Flower likes to pick the ones and the twos.
Just a statistic here, Sonny, which perhaps you'd like to comment on, whether it does make that much difference batting first. In the 7 World Cup matches we've had so far, Pakistan have been the only team to have won batting first. And in fact, Tawazim Akram surprised a number of people down at Bristol by deciding to bat first. In these conditions in England mid-May, captains tend to win the toss and bowl first. And I think that's the reason why. We've seen one from Srinath, we've seen a couple from Prasad. Not easy.
Yes, one can understand, because Zimbabwe has got a very good seam attack as well. So without Sachin Tendulkar in the ranks, Mohammad Azharuddin didn't want to expose his batsman to the Zimbabwe attack. Now this ball went over the top of the stumps, so there's a fair bit of bounce on this pitch as well.
In fact, that statistic just emphasizes the conditions we have in England, certainly in mid-May this season. Sometimes, of course, you do get a blazing hot May, and conditions will be different. But the faster bowlers, the seam bowlers, have found it very conducive to their styles. Good shot. Wide ball, had the width on it, and played it very well indeed. Perfectly played.
Well, there you see again, the over so far has been very good. The ball has been going past the bat, but then Venkatesh Prasad lets the pressure off by bowling short and wide, allowing Flower to score a boundary. The pressure is off now.
Gully has now gone in. He's gone into a wide gully, and there's a backward point as well for Prasad. Just the shifting around by Mohammad Azharuddin influenced umpire Orchard just to stop Prasad as he was coming around. Just a little shuffling of the field by the captain. Off the front pad and well outside the off stump. 17 for 1. So Prasad and Srinath back in harness. Both have had their problems in recent years. Srinath with injuries, Prasad with injury and a lack of form.
Well, this is what he's been sent for, Paul Strang. He's had a couple of sighters in the previous over and he's decided that he's seen enough. He's going to throw his bat at it if there's just a little bit of width. What he's doing right is having a big go at it. There's no point just poking at a wide-ish delivery, because if you have a big go at it, you might get a thick edge and the ball might fly over slips heads.
Well, it's doing everything. This way and that, up and down, in and out.
It is a difficult pitch to bat on, and Srinath and Prasad are bowling well. Paul Strang bats lower down the order normally, so he's not really equipped to deal with movement of this nature. He's just looking for the ball that is going to be pitched up in the slot so that he can throw his bat at it.
Well, he's not going to hit them like that. This is something which a number of those who have experience of English conditions, Graham Hick being one, a few others as well, have said that the pinch hitter will not have the same effect, not nearly the same effect in England as he will in the subcontinent, flatter pitches, and we can see why.
Yes, there's plenty of movement there for the new ball bowlers. Ramesh coming in place of Sachin Tendulkar. That's the only change India have made. In fact, that change was forced on them. There was some talk that they would bring in a spinner, Nikhil Chopra, in place of Ajit Agarkar for the game against Zimbabwe. Now Paul Strang really is struggling out there, missing the ball not by millimeters, but by a fair distance.
He's hung one on the bat. Even that was quite tentative. Big crowd expected in today, well, as big as the ground will hold. Something in the region of 5,000, we understand, is the capacity, which is a little bit small for the type of support which India have in this tournament. It's pretty well played. Just a single down to a third man to get him off the mark. 18 for 1 after 5 overs. So Zimbabwe were sent in. Srinath making a very decisive breakthrough with the informed batsman Neil Johnson going. Azruddin, the Indian captain, very experienced, of course. Tremendous weight on his shoulders, weight of expectation all through India, and of course among their many supporters here in England, not least here in Leicester, where there's a large population of Indians. Just off the thigh pad, will go away down to the boundary for leg byes. They all count, and Zimbabwe will welcome those.
Yes, this is the kind of boundary that is very, very annoying to the fielding side. Going off the thigh pads. Not only are the grounds over here with small capacities for the crowd, also small in size, so the ball does go to the boundary very quickly once it goes past the fielders. The outfields have been pretty quick in spite of the fact that it's the middle of May.
Still empty seats around the place, which is a bit surprising given the fact that we've heard that tickets have been sold for some time, and there will be a lot of Indian support here. There are the seats over on the far side. And with the kind of crowds they were expecting, quite strange to see that the tents, hospitality tents there, have been placed right in front of about, I would say, half the seats behind them. So they're blocking out several seats. Probably 200 spectators would have got in. As in fact that Strang now does another overthrow. So that's the second overthrow we've seen gained by Zimbabwe, given away by India.
That's the second time Ajit Agarkar also has been caught napping. There he is. He's trying to get in there now. There. Oh, that's a pretty poor effort there by Ajit Agarkar. Luckily, Ajay Jadeja, anticipating that throw to the bowler's end, was also trying to back Agarkar up. Agarkar and Sachin Tendulkar spend a lot of time together in the evenings. So maybe Ajit Agarkar also is feeling the effects of the loss of Sachin Tendulkar's father. So far on the trip, they've spent a lot of time going out together in the evenings.
Six runs come off that over, 6 have gone, and Zimbabwe are 24 for 1. So Zimbabwe, having lost Johnson early on, they want to consolidate here. Such a key man in the team, Neil Johnson. Paul Strang, the non-striker, out there in the number 3 position to try and take advantage of the 15 overs limitation on the field. Back in. A little bit of juggling by Ganguly, but it didn't cost him anything this time.
He did well, Saurav Ganguly. Attacked the ball. Just a little bit of a bubble because he was thinking of throwing to the bowler's end, and I think he took his eyes off the ball for the moment.
In the absence of Sachin Tendulkar, as you've heard, sad news that his father died back in Mumbai yesterday, and he and his brother flew home this morning. It is hoped that he will come back in time for Sunday's match against Kenya, and there's the replacement. Young left-handed opener, made a very big impression on his test debut in the recent season in India, and a chance for him.
Yes, he's a good player, good temperament, Sadgopan Ramesh. That was a very, very good delivery. And I dare say God Almighty might not have got a touch to it.
Just wonder here, Sunil, I've heard the theory put forward that with the ball doing as much as it is here, and we've seen it do a lot at other venues, that perhaps they should adopt an orthodox field setting with a third slip in, perhaps even a gully,
Well, they really should be trying to get wickets early on, because that's the one way you can ensure that the opposition can be restricted. Take a few early wickets. And the way Srinath and are bowling, particularly Javagal Srinath, there is certainly a case for having an extra fielder in third slip. We've seen a couple of edges go very close to where third and fourth slip would have been.
That was a third no ball of the innings on Srinath. Well, he's finding it very difficult to locate that white ball.
Well, this is excellent bowling by Javagal Srinath. You can see him rolling his fingers there, you see. This is more like a leg cutter than an outswinger. And look at the way the ball is thudding into Nayan Mongia's gloves. He's working up a good pace, bowling a very good line. And it's not easy out there for the opening batsman.
So there's a gully gone in now, with the difficulties which the batsmen are finding. Another no ball. So just getting a little bit too enthusiastic here.
Yes, every time he bowls a good delivery, the next ball is a no ball. Or shall we say almost every time, simply because he gets, as Tony said, just a little enthusiastic, just a little carried away by the previous delivery. Very excited when the ball is moving around and doing what it is over here. Bowlers do tend to get excited. That's when they really need to say to themselves, relax, bowl a normal line and length.
Earlier World Cups we saw the innovations by New Zealanders and also the Sri Lankans. That's the end of the over. 26 for 1. Yep, will do. So difficult times here for Zimbabwe as Prasad continues, and well, a tremendous effort by Azruddin coming back for the second, and that's very good running by the Zimbabweans. Azruddin just getting up to get the right hand to it. Chance put down, but a very good one indeed. And all credit to the batsman for seeing the opportunity to come back for a second. Most batsmen, I feel, would have been satisfied just to have gone for one for that. And I don't believe the first slip fielder who went to retrieve it felt that they would have come for the second. Good running. And that's what he's out there for. Clobber it over the head of the bowler. And that's going to go all the way. So the first shot from Strang doing the job he was sent out there for, a cross-batted swat, carries Zimbabwe to 32 for 1. And as we watch it again, we'll change commentary, and in the commentators box, Graham Follen, with him John Embry.
Thanks, Tony. Strang's having one or two problems, John, this morning. He's, even if the ball's coming absolutely straight, I'm not so sure whether he's actually playing the right line.
Well, I think one thing that Paul has come in to do is obviously as a pinch hitter, there's a little bit in this wicket, it's a bit more pace, a little bit of grass on the wicket, a bit of sideways movement is making it a little bit difficult. But I think just the extra pace off the wicket that's making life a little bit difficult for Paul Strang at the moment.
Just pick up a single down to third man. I'm not too sure whether, as we keep saying with the white ball in the month of May, pinch hitters are going to be that effective. We've seen Prasad and Srinath both move the ball. I think early on in the innings what you really need is no disrespect to pinch hitters, but you need a proper opening batsman or a proper early order batsman to deal with these conditions. It just seems a little strange to try and biff it round the park when it's hard to lay a bat on it.
No, I agree, Graham. It's one thing to send a pinch hitter in, but in these conditions, if you lose 2 or 3 quick wickets, it puts the batting side on defensive immediately, and just creates that little bit more pressure for the middle order. But Paul Strang knows the role he's got to play, and he realises there's a bit of movement in the wicket, and it's not easy. And he'll just be looking to play the shots that he plays well. He likes to cut, so anything short of length and width, he's quite happy with.
Well, that's a productive over for Zimbabwe. 7 coming from it, and so Zimbabwe now move on to 33 for 1 after 8 overs. Yeah, it is very difficult when you're sent in to try and dominate the bowling when the bowling's been so good. And I think he may have to readjust his tactics and look to stay there a little bit longer and be even more selective than he first hoped he would be. And Javago Srinath is to continue. This is his 5th over, and so far he's been very economical. He's only had 9 runs taken off the first 4, and included 1 wicket.
And I think round 5 no balls.
Well, they'll probably look for 3, but I doubt whether they'll get them. No, they'll just settle for 2. Paul Strang advancing down the wicket. He's decided that if he's going to get some runs, he's going to come down the wicket to it. Rather a bucolic shot, but effective all the same.
I think one of the key things is that when the wicket has a bit of pace and bounce in it, one thing the seamers tend to do, the quicker bowlers tend to do, is bowl a fraction short. And I just feel that Srinath at this stage has bowled just a fraction short. If he was bowled a slightly fuller length and bring the batsman forward, he'd have more chance of taking wickets and bringing those 2 slip fielders into play.
Well, Tony Cozier was mentioning that to Sunil Gavaskar earlier on, do you think it'd be advisable to have a gully? Well, if they did have one, that would have been a catch. Well, that's where he would have been, and that's where the catch went. That's where the vacant gully would have been, and now he's come in.
When Srinath bowls the straighter line, the batsmen find it very difficult to play. They're having to work the ball a little bit squarer, but the extra pace just defeating them, just tucking them up a little bit. And it'll be the pace of the wicket that is causing these 2 batsmen problems at the moment.
Just to continue the story about pinch hitters, Paul Strang has actually played 73 matches and his highest score is only 47, so I think that's a fair indication that it's difficult for him at the best of times.
Yes, obviously we don't know how often or he's actually been in that position, but he's a good striker ball, dangerous little cricketer. If things go well for him, he will score runs quickly, and he's got certain areas on certain strengths.
That's a better over for India, just 3 coming from that one. And after 9 overs, Zimbabwe were inserted. They're 36 for 1. It's a little bit early, but we can see that there's been steady progress for Zimbabwe at the moment. Just 1 wicket to go. Well, we've got the first bowling change of the day now. Ajit Agaka is coming on. He's replacing Prasad from the pavilion end. And so far, Prasad is a little bit expensive, especially in conditions like this where the new ball on a new wicket's doing a little bit.
Yes, India looking for big things from this young fast bowler. Bowled very well in charge in the recent tournament there.
Well, he's nearly picked up a wicket with his first ball. It would have been somewhat fortuitous. It was not, would say, the best ball in the world, but just clipped and just a yard short of Ganguly.
There are several inexperienced fast bowlers in this tournament. Ajit Agarkar is one of them, but the experience is gaining. Let's continue after this ball.
And that squeeze through, and that looks like it could go all the way. Well, just stopped inside the fence. So we'll just pick up 3 runs for that. Just a nice bit of time in there, and he's actually, although the ball didn't get to the fence, they ran 3 and it was a no ball, so in total they did get 4.
Yes, good ball. Oh, good shot by Strang there, just using the pace of the ball, just got a little bit of width, open the face, ran the ball just to the right of Gully's hand.
Yeah, I suppose we must congratulate Paul Strang on reaching 1,000 runs in only 74 matches.
Well, ball's a no ball. It just goes to show that the talent and the ability that this young bowler has. Good seam, ball facing towards the slips, and that little bit of away movement through the air. Good bowling by this young bowler.
Once again, he's flirting with the gully area, but just only picking up a single. I get the feeling that the Indian bowlers don't know whether they want a gully or they don't. They keep putting one in, taking him out, and the ball seems to be flying round about that area quite consistently.
Yes, Azruddin will be, I think he's got a 6-3 offside field, 2 slips gully, third man, cover point and wide mid-off. And on the leg side, he's got the square leg, mid-on, and fine leg.
And that's just crept over the top of cover. How unlucky can you get if you're an Indian supporter?
Ball foolish length, Strang coming down the wicket, doing what his role is, being positive. We just need a little bit of luck on this type of pitch. Again, a good ball just left him. The thick outside-ish edge, just defeated cover point. And the ball runs away for 2 runs. A little bit of disappointment there from the bowler.
It's his first over, but it's a long one. Well, that's a nice reply. That's clean bowled. Strang advancing down the wicket, trying to hit it straight back over the bowler's head, but on this occasion the bowler defeated him. And that's a nice sight if you're an Indian supporter.
Good ball from Agarkar, foolish length, Strang coming down the wicket, just opening up a little bit, so just getting a little bit squared on, playing across the line of the ball and losing middle and off stumps. Good innings by Strang. Zimbabwe at 45 for 2.
Very good win, the new batsman for Zimbabwe. And the reason he's at the crease is because Paul Strang advanced down the wicket. Agarkar lost the off bail. And I think there was a little bit of wood chipped off there if we look even closely.
Yeah, definitely some wood disappearing from the stumps there.
Did you break any stumps when you were bowling?
Actually, I did, but I think the damage might have been done by one of the previous bowlers before I got on to bowl. But I did crack a stump.
You didn't do it with your knuckles at the bowler's end.
Murray Goodwin on strike.
Well, 9 deliveries in that over. Rather mixed over. 8 runs and a wicket. So Zimbabwe are now 45 for 2 after 10 overs. Grant Flower is 8 not out after 28 balls. He's seen the fun and games at the other end so far, especially when Paul Strang was there. And Srinath to continue. I get the feeling that Grant Flower must be looking to play the anchor role at the moment.
Well, now that Paul Strang has left the crease, we get back to some more orthodox batting. These 2 batsmen, particularly Murray Goodwin, who was brought up in Perth, played most of his cricket in Perth, left Zimbabwe at the age of 13, came back to get the opportunity of playing some international cricket for Zimbabwe.
Srinath has bowled some beautiful balls today. The one thing you can say about his action is his wrist. His wrist is fantastic. And it's that enables him to hit the seam and take the ball sometimes into and sometimes away from the batsman.
I think on this occasion the ball was slightly fuller, but because of the pace and the bounce that he's created prior to that ball, he's got the batsman on the back foot, he's bowled a fuller length and made Grant Flower just feel for the ball.
I get the feeling that although Srinath is bowling very well, that the Zimbabwean batsmen have actually made it look a little bit more difficult than it is at the moment. It seems to me that they're not quite sure what the game plan is. They don't know whether they should be looking to pick up singles or whether they should be looking to hit the ball out at the ground, and they just seem to be in between two stools at the moment. And at Northampton, the big news is South Africa are 33 for 3 against Sri Lanka after only 8.5 overs. So there's been some fireworks down there as well. Interesting that both games today, the captains who have won the toss have asked the opposition to bat.
Graham, you did the pitch report this morning. When I had a look at the pitch also, the pitch was very hard, had a good even covering of grass on it, and you mentioned just earlier that he felt that the Zimbabwean batsmen have been making heavy work of it, but there is a little bit in this wicket for the bowler when the ball hits the deck.
Oh, definitely. I think it's a cricket wicket. I think that's why Leicestershire have been very successful here at Grace Road. I think if you're a good bowler, you're going to get something out of it, and if you're a good batsman, then you'll get value for your shots. And Srinath completes the first maiden of the day, with Zimbabwe now on 45 for 2. It's a hard life if you're a cricketer. I mean, John, we've been talking throughout the day whether we've been on air or not, and one of the keys in this competition, especially when you really don't know what the wickets are like, is to keep wickets in hand for the latter stage, so you can mount an assault. And I'm not so sure whether Zimbabwe are actually working to that plan or not. No, that's well played. That looked quite solid.
That's good cricket all round there. Good ball from Agaka, nice and straight. A little bit of swing there, a little bit of movement, and well played by Goodwin. Nice and solid, nice and straight. Just watching the ball. Very important to consolidate the position, having been 2 wickets down. 50 overs in this match. They're opening batsmen. I'll continue after this ball.
Yes! And they'll look for 2, and they'll comfortably get 2.
This ball over there, just a little punch through the offside by Goodwin. And a good bit of fielding by Jadeja, very common. Lots of cricketers around the world using that format, but not doing that.
Well, he got it 3/4 right. Well, that's beautifully bowled and well judged and well left.
This is very well bowled. Just gone to a good length and line at the moment. Now bowled a good over, not being troubled with the near balls that he had in his first over. But he's settled into a nice rhythm, got a nice length and line, got a nice swing on the ball. And with the 2 slips there, very important that the bowler makes full use of those.
The one thing that sitting in the commentary seat, it's very easy to forget. It's very easy to forget how much individual pressure these players are under and how nervous they actually get. And it's amazing what adrenaline can actually do to your performance for a while until you actually settle down. There are times when you almost can't move because you're so nervous.
Oh, when you're in a World Cup, I've only played in one. All those years I've been playing and was regarded as a one-day bowler. I only played in one World Cup.
So what are you trying to say?
No, what I'm saying is that the pressure that players are under in this format, with these groups, then going through into the sixes, and then taking the wins that you have against those sides into the sixes as well, is very important. And you haven't got time to experiment in matches. You've got to get stuck in straight away, and every single match you play is very, very important.
Well, that is a superb shot. You won't see a better executed square cut than that one off the last ball of the over. Now, there's a rocket to take Zimbabwe past the 50 mark. They're now 52 for 2.
And this ball from Agarkar a little bit shorter, giving Goodwin width. He doesn't have much trouble, executes the cut shot very well, plays a shot just in front of square on the offside. Excellent shot.
Well, this is an absolutely fantastic square cut, and one thing that you were saying earlier, John, is that the Goodwin was probably played most of his cricket in Perth, Western Australia, and there the wickets are bouncy and hard, so you usually find that anybody who's played a lot of cricket in Perth is very good off the back foot, and on that occasion he's demonstrated it to perfection.
Prasad coming on to replace Srinath. This is his 5th over.
Well, Srinath his 6 overs have only cost 12 runs and he's picked up 1 wicket, and so far bowled the only maiden of the day. And there we see Srinath very tight and economical at the top of the list. Oh, that's a delightful delivery if you're a bowler.
Well, from my position here, I thought he'd bowled him. This is an excellent ball by Prasad. He made this ball come back to the batsman, and the ball just went over the top of off stump. It was a great ball. Good line, just cut back, cut Flower in half. He didn't know too much about what was going on there.
There are all sorts of problems for the batsman there at the moment, with the ball seaming around, and one or two occasions there's been some decent carry through to the wicket-keeper, but also going through, I would imagine going through Grant Flower's mind at the moment is, what is a good total on this ground? What they've got to try and set the total so they can defend it, and you've got to have a plan in your mind to work towards, otherwise you could end up being lost. But actually, what is a good score on this wicket?
Very unusual shot for Grant Flower to play, advancing down the wicket, just a little bit in the wicket, and he'll be mindful that, as Graham just said, that what is a good score on this wicket. They got off to a good start. They're just over 4 runs and over at this stage, and will be happy with that. If they can be 60 after 15 overs and they don't lose any more wickets, the fielders drop back, there'll be more singles to be had. But I think at this stage it's very important for the Indian bowlers to maintain that good line and length. Ball full of length, very straight, nice seam, just wobbling a bit. Murray Goodwin just losing a little bit of balance.
Well, Venkatesh Prasad completes his first over with just one coming off it. And that takes Zimbabwe, after 13 overs, are now 53 for 2. We'll have a change in the commentary box now. It's Tony Cosy with Dave Howard.
So there the bowlers are used. Akaka continuing. And that's a fine shot. Won't go all the way, but they'll come back for a third quite comfortably. Flicked it away. Good use of the field restrictions in this period.
Pretty long boundary out on the square boundaries on these grounds, Tony. Most of the county grounds, which aren't test playing grounds, tend to have quite short straight boundaries, but it's a fairly long distance out there, square of the wicket.
So the sun back out quite brightly now. Just had a bit of overcast for about half an hour or so. Yes. Got it through. Hit that really well. That's the 5th boundary of the innings. So a very good square cut earlier. Also off a Gurkha, and here's another one.
Well, this is one of the strengths of Murray Goodwin. I heard Graham Fowler saying just now he's played a lot of his cricket in Western Australia. Used to the bouncier, quicker wickets. And obviously the square cut comes into play a lot there, and it is one of his strengths, and he plays it to perfection again. Just been in a little bit of indifferent form, Murray, on this tour so far. Looking forward to decent knock today. Put him back into some sort of form for the rest of the tournament. Very important part of our top 6 batting. There you see his highest score of 17 against Kenya. This is only our 2nd World Cup game, but didn't get any runs in either of our 2 warm-up games either.
And the experience that he and Neil Johnson have had in other countries certainly has stood them in good stead. It's the experience really that countries like Zimbabwe, who have recently come into the full-scale international scene, need. For instance, Zimbabwe haven't yet played a test against either Australia or the West Indies.
That's correct, and in fact of those 33 matches, I would think a large proportion of them will have been played in the subcontinent.
Got it through the gap. They'll think of a second but not come for it. Good bit of fielding and a very alert mind on the part of the fielder out there, Robin Singh, to throw to the bowler's end. In fact, it's Jadeja, who along with Robin Singh is one of the really outstanding fielders in this Indian team, and returning to the bowler's end, picked it up and realized that if there was going to be a second run, the best place to go was the bowler's end. That'll be a wide. Umpire Orchard making the obvious signal. I believe Zimbabwe are here next year in England for a test or 2.
That's right. It's our first official tour of England, test tour, and we're in the one-day triangular also with the West Indies. So again, that's the first time I think we've played the West Indies outside of World Cups. Might have played, I think, in the Hero Cup in India.
Chipped it away again, similar shot to the one we saw early in the over. So this is an expensive over from Agarkar. 11 come off it, it's now finished, and he'll be relieved at that. 64 for 2 from 14. So there's the sequence in that over. A wide, and Agarkar proving quite expensive. A young, very exciting young all-rounder, Ajit Agarkar. So Zimbabwe sent in 64 for 2, and this is the last over of the 15, and those are the statistics from the previous over. So here's Prasad. Looking at the conditions, you're coming up to the 15th over now. The field restrictions obtain only up to 15. What were you looking for after the first 15?
Well, we were trying to set a stall of between 75 and 90. Having said that, I mean, it's a fantastic bowling attack we're facing. Srinath in particular was outstanding this morning. So at this stage, 64 for 2, I'd be really happy not to lose a wicket in this over rather than try and push on for those extra 6 or 7 runs.
And batting has become progressively easier. They look more accomplished. The ball isn't beating the bat quite as much as it was earlier.
Yes, I think we used Paul Strang at the order in a sort of pinch-hitting role. It was more like a new ball watchman to me. Try and keep Srinath away from our top 6, and I think that worked quite effectively because the way he was bowling, there's every chance that a better batter up the order would have probably got a couple of nicks this morning. So in effect, it was a job that was done for us, and although it didn't produce the volume of runs, it certainly took care of probably their best bowler. And as you say, it is looking a little easier now, and I think that's probably because Srinath's come off.
It's certainly a consideration in the conditions as we've had them during this competition, that the teams which don't have the depth in their seam bowling attack have suffered after they'd made the breakthrough, not having anyone to continue with it. India might be in this category with Srinath, Prasad and Agarkar, but then have to go back to medium pace of Robin Singh, the leg spin of Kumble. West Indies, I feel, would look back on that opening match against Pakistan and rue the fact that they didn't choose more than 3 main bowlers. If they had a 4th, they might have been able to effect a complete breakthrough. Whereas you look at the England team, which is very well stocked with bowlers of fast and medium pace, seamers. South Africa, the same thing. Pakistan, and those are the teams that have been winning.
Well, that's correct, and it's definitely something we looked at in our team talk last night. That 3rd, 4th and 5th seamer of India were not what we considered, they were as good as ours, and nothing too special.
So 15 overs gone, 64 for 2. That's a reasonable run rate, 4.26. The 2 wickets, well, perhaps after 15 overs you'll be looking for just 1 down, but Zimbabwe have done reasonably well in the conditions, having been sent in. And we're at Grace Road here, the county ground of Leicester County Cricket Club. Not far away, the city centre of Leicester. There's the skyline, such as it is. And in fact, we are just in suburban Leicester, quite a spread out city. And the home here of the English county champions. Leicestershire were the county champions in 1997 and again last year, known as the Foxes this season in the one-day competitions, and a very famous weather vane up on top of their scoreboard there. Ganguly has come on and started immediately with a no ball, replacing Ajay Agaga, who has been very expensive. He got a wicket, 3 overs, 1 for 27.
And not only is Leicester the home of the county cricket champions, but they're also the home of the rugby champions of England. Leicester Tigers, I think, won the Premiership this year. And of course their football team, middle of the Premiership table as well. It's a pretty good sporting venue, this. I was just watching the game the other day in South Africa, and they were talking about how Ganguly tends to be a partnership breaker and come on in and get wickets, and I think he got a wicket with his 3rd or 4th ball in that game. And I'm sure we'll be a little bit watchful of him early on, try and maintain a partnership through this period now.
Just a question, Dave, how's the Leicester ice hockey team going?
I've not followed ice hockey too much, I can't see the puck that well.
Certainly the batting looking a lot easier now. Good piece of fielding again. Jadeja, really outstanding for India. Very fast in the outfield, slides around, very enthusiastic. Really sets very high standards, and fielding such as this lifts the team, even if it doesn't lift Jadeja. Just an indication here of how things have got easier. Ganguly has come on, a lot of movement earlier for the faster bowlers, of course, but if that movement was still in evidence, I'm sure you would have seen at least a slip in there. So it's a concession on the part of Mohammad Azharuddin, the Indian captain, not to put in a slip.
I think at this stage of the game we're obviously looking to form a partnership, and with the ball not really moving around as much as it did earlier, it's probably not a bad thing just to have a sort of ring of fielders saving the easy single. If you've got a bowler like Ganguly who's just going to bowl wicket to wicket, it becomes a little bit more difficult. You can't just push it into the covers and look for that one and place the ball. And it might force the batsman into a shot to try and take something on over the top and cause the dismissal. Certainly seemed to be the dismissal of Daryl Cullinan the other day when India played South Africa. I hope it's not going to be the cause of dismissal here for one of our batsmen.
Yes, he's kept 5 men inside the restricting area. He only needs to have 4. And the men back are deep backward square leg. He's got the traditional field setting, the square leg and the point cut off with those fielders on the ropes, and also the 3rd man in the fine leg. And that's a very good first over, except for that no ball. So just the 2 runs with the no ball, 66 for 2.
Welcome back. You're watching Star Sports coverage from Leicester of Zimbabwe's innings after they were invited to bat first. 66 for 2 the score, 2 breakthroughs. Now, just across the Midlands in Northampton, South Africa are in all kinds of trouble, having been invited to bat first by Arjuna Ranatunga. Remember, the Sri Lankans really do need to win this match. They've made a super start, and Ramesh Raja's been keeping a very close eye on things. Gary Kirsten has had a pretty poor history recently, and he's got out yet again here. Chaminda Vas, the bowler.
Game played on, there seems to be definitely a technical flaw in Gary's batting when he's trying to cut the ball. The face of the bat seems to close at the ball.
Well, we can see that technical problem again, Ramesh.
Yes, you see the face of the bat closed when he's playing that shot, and the ball was pitched up, not to be cut square of the pitch.
Herschel Gibbs played a few good shots early on, but Chaminda Vas accounted for him as well. Bit of controversy about that one.
Yes, Chaminda Vas was getting a bit of movement, and there Kaluvadarna was quite convinced that the batsman had touched the ball, but Gibbs wasn't convinced.
Well, we've been having a very close look at this, and we can show you a couple of replays that will, I suppose, help you to make your mind up one way or the other. Here we go, Ramesh.
Yes, you can't tell from here, but the batsman thought that he hadn't nicked it, and I agree with the batsman.
Well, let's look at this one. This is closer.
You see Chaminda Vas pitching the ball a little away from the batsman, and they see the daylight between the bat and the ball.
Maybe a little bit unlucky, Herschel Gibbs, on that count. Well, it was a poor start. Mark Boucher batting at 3. Well, he was to go next. Super ball from Wickramasinghe.
Feature for delivery. That one came back to the right-hander, and Boucher was looking to play a full-blown drive, and a gap was created between bat and pad. The ball hitting the pad and then just clicking the off stump there.
Well, then Jacques Kallis and Darryl Cullinan steadied the ship. Before this, just a few moments ago, the catch taken by Roshan Mahanama, and that's a big wicket.
This is a huge bonus for the Sri Lankans, and good captaincy by Arjuna Ranatunga. He kept the second slip even after a few overs had been bowled. Wickramasinghe was bowling a very good line and drew the batsman to play away from the body.
53 for 4 the score. Delight for the Sri Lankan fans with this one. The departure of Kallis meaning that they had the captain Hansi Cronje at the crease and Cullinan. Back now live at Leicester.
Over, long off for 4. Fine stroke.
A little bit over pitched loosener. Groundflower latched onto it and went over the top. Mid-off still up at this stage. And one bounce into the picket fence for Zimbabwe's 6th boundary of the morning.
Groundflower has done a pretty good job here. He started very slowly, but he saw it through. Difficult times at the start of the innings.
And that's a good reply, right up in the block hole. Yorker leg stump length. And Groundflower dug it out. No run down to mid-on. Well, that didn't go where he intended it. Again, a little bit of width, but an effort to force it through the offside. He's just closed the face of the bat a little bit, an inside edge, and he gets one run just behind square on the leg side.
There's that away swing at really medium pace, nothing more than that. Indians seemed inclined to overthrow today. We've had 2 already which have gained runs. That one almost got away from them as well.
I think it was quite interesting to hear you say that only just medium pace. And I saw earlier when Srinath was bowling, he had written down on his little ledger fast medium. I can assure you, having faced him a bit, he's definitely more than fast medium.
Yes, but I think Robin Singh himself would admit that he's just medium. Interesting background, Robin Singh. Born in Trinidad, actually played for Trinidad and Tobago in the under-19 West Indies tournaments. Would have played with Brian Lara, and Lara was very young. Came up at a time in the West Indies when the West Indies cricket was very strong, and went back to India, and is now resident there, a citizen there, and of course playing for India. 73 for 2 from 17 overs. And came into the Indian team quite late, and in fact is considered very much a one-day specialist. Has played a few test matches. Hard-hitting left-handed batsman and a very good fielder, Robin Singh.
Yes, I think we were one of the first sides to play against Robin, and we played a triangular in South Africa with India, South Africa and ourselves, and in fact the first game we played India, Robin Singh was man of the match. Got a few wickets, but most importantly we had them 8 down and they needed 29 off 2 overs, and he got them to a tie position, which was a magnificent effort on his part.
Ganguly continues, and a good delivery. Bit of bounce on it, movement.
Well, if he's going to carry on bowling like this, Tony, I think he needs that slip back in.
Certainly past the edge by a long way. Talking about that tie, in fact, India and Zimbabwe have had 2 tied matches in the 24 they'd played before this.
Well, short and wide and steered down to third man, but not too far away from the backward point and in the air for a while. A good piece of fielding. Return straight back over the top of the stumps.
Well, he was coming down the wicket, advancing to Ganguly. Ganguly then dropped it short, seeing him coming and wide, and played it away pretty well. But a superb piece of work down there at third man.
Again, a little bit of width, and Murray Goodwin onto it with his square cut. This time straight at the fielder. A good piece of fielding by Robin Singh.
I've seen enough. He's faced 27 deliveries. I think you only need to see him face 5 or 6 to know what his favourite shot is. Played the square cut several times.
Funny enough, he's not a bad driver either. He's very good off the front foot, but Indians haven't really bowled too many drive balls this morning. They've been pretty good and pretty consistent with their length, just back of a good length. And we've seen very few drives, and I think those we have seen, such as the one Grant Flower played, been coming down the wicket to try and get somewhere near the pitch.
Just wide of backward point. Scurried for one. They think of a second, but they won't come. Beautiful bit of fielding once more. It's the new player in the Indian team, Ramesh, coming in for Sachin Tendulkar, who is very sadly had to go back to India for the funeral of his father, who died yesterday. And Ramesh has already shown himself brilliant in the field. Left-handed opening batsman.
Well, that should be 2, pushing hard. And again, not prepared to take on the Indian fielders, and I think that's substitute Chopra on the field for Srinath, I would think. Good pickup. The ball quickly in the air, back on its way to the stumps. Puts the batsman off, thinking about a second.
Last ball of the over from Ganguly. Zimbabwe 77 for 2, 18 overs gone. Javagal Srinath comes back onto the field, just a temporary absence while Chopper came on. May just be changing boots or something. He got the early wicket. Very confident Indian supporters. Off the pad. Wait. Here's the call from Murray Goodwin. So just the leg by.
A much improved fielding side, Tony. Certainly we've seen quite a bit of them over the last year or two. And they've got some youngsters with some big arms, are quick around the boundary. He's one of them. Agakar's got a very strong arm from the fence. Robin Singh's another fantastic fielder. AJ Chidageja.
Well, I think South Africa and yourselves have really set standards. The Australians to an extent as well, but more especially South Africa have set standards which the other teams now realize that they have to meet, especially at this level of the game. South Africa, any level of the game, certainly showed the West Indies up during the series there last season. Well struck, hit that very, very hard. Cleared the field at mid-wicket. Short and very quickly in position for the shot.
Well, I think we've now seen his other strength. And he's a very good puller as well. And placement 100% in this instance. This is when he's playing at his best, when he's prepared to play his pulls and his cut shots. Just been a little bit iffish with the pace of the wicket since we've been here. He hasn't been that keen to pull, and it really has caused him a few problems, but he seems to be out of that situation now.
And there's a drive. So he's showing us everything. Not quite getting a hold of it as he wanted. That's a little more bottom hand in it than the coaches would advise him, Dave.
Well, I used to use a lot of bottom hand, Tony. I always felt if I didn't, I couldn't get it off the square, so I'm probably one of those that encourage him to use it.
He's now 17 from 34 deliveries. Grant Flower at the opposite end, 23 from 51. But the most important point is that they're building a partnership. Partnership now worth 37 between these two.
Well, this is the period of the game that partnerships are important to me. From the overs of 15 to 40, if you want to get yourself a good team total, you've got to build partnerships.
So the end of the 19th over, Zimbabwe 82 for 2. So there's those partnership. Johnson, who is the informed player, had a very good match against Kenya, the man of the match. But an absolute beauty from Srinath, could do nothing about it but touch it to the keeper, and he did well to do that. And Strang as the pinch hitting number 3, and now these two just building back up. Zimbabwe sent in. There's the rest of the batting as Ganguly continues. Nasruddin in the way at extra cover. Just have a look at that batting there, Dave, and tell us how far you go down.
Well, Edo Brandis would be our last sort of official all-rounder. Edo's got 2, maybe 3 one-day 50s. Hits the ball long way. Good striker of the ball. Guy Whittle's got a test double 100 and a test 100. So we've got batting all the way down, and of course Streak has come up the order recently, particularly in our test side. He's more than capable of batting. In fact, in any other side, he'd probably be 5 or 6, but we just seem to have such depth in all-rounders that he only comes in 8 or 9 for us. So we have got a long batting lineup. Having said that, it's so important at this stage that we get this partnership going and keep wickets in hand, because I think that is the secret on these English conditions. He's been able to form partnerships now, try and get to 170, 180 with 10 overs to go, and we've got plenty there in the tail that can maybe push on and get 80 in the last 10.
Well, he'll feel he missed out there. It was wide, it was short. Phil at the other end might have put it away. Certainly was there for the square cut, and Goodwin at the opposite end, very strong on that shot. Grant Flower perhaps not quite as strong. Just short. Just held it up on him, and he was through the shot much too early.
Ganguly appears to be getting quite a bit of bounce for medium pace, and that did look like it hopped off quite a good length, which when you're batting first and you're in a reasonably good position, that's not the worst thing to see. Just teasing Mohammad Azharuddin, a yard or two short of him.
Well struck. Got it over the top of mid-off. The mid-off is in. And even though it didn't go all the way and hit the bottom of the bat, he knew that he could take the risk.
I think the time is right. If we want to progress in this partnership, it's important that we get that 5th man out of the circle. And you have to take 1 or 2 risks in order to do that. And that's probably the highest percentage risk. Try and get the 5th man out, and it's a lot easier then to run the ball around within the circle with only 4 people there.
So a single off the last ball of the 20th over, 30 to go, and Zimbabwe are 85 for 2. 20 overs gone, Zimbabwe sent in. We'll feel pretty satisfied with the score there, 85 for 2. Change in bowling and also change in the commentary box. Graham Fowler, and with him, Sunil Gavaskar.
Thanks, Tony. Well, I'm sure that the happier side at the moment will definitely be the Zimbabwean one, from the ball moving around early. And there's a little bit of variation in this pitch. I think Zimbabwe and the guys of Flower and Goodwin can be happy with their progress at the moment. It's causing Mohammad Azharuddin 1 or 2 thoughts, and we've now got a bowling change. Anil Kumble on to replace Robin Singh, who only so far has only bowled 2 overs, but they've been expensive. He's gone for 11. So Anil Kumble is now on. Do you think this is a good move, Sonny?
Well, it certainly needed to put some brakes on the Zimbabwe scoring rate. So Robin Singh, having proved expensive in his 2 overs, Azharuddin bringing on his number 1 bowler, a bowler who not only picks wickets but also puts the brakes on the scoring, Anil Kumble.
Well, there's nothing like having a look at the new bowler before you start to launch your shots. And this is nothing like having a look at the bowler.
Well, India and Zimbabwe have played against each other so often now that Grant Fowler already knows what to expect of Kumble. Close one that. But this is a feature of Zimbabwe's cricket. They run very quickly between wickets. They're outstanding fielders, very, very agile. And that can often mean the difference between a tight single and a run out. The Indians have employed Bobby Simpson as a fielding coach, and well, you can have a look from here. Hasn't really had much effect on Sadgopan Ramesh, because although the throw was accurate, I think he lost a second or two in getting the ball back.
A confident appeal from Nayan Mongi, but Peter William perturbed.
I don't think Anil Kumble was quite in agreement with his wicket-keeper that there was a nick.
Well, Kumble completes his first over with just a single coming from it, which after 21 overs, Zimbabwe have reached 86 for 2. I've just got the feeling that the Indian bowlers earlier on, especially Srinath and Prasad, saw that there was something in it, and I actually feel that they tried too hard to take wickets rather than just letting the wicket do it. We can see from the fact that Mohammad Azharuddin's used 6 bowlers so far that on a pitch that's helpful, you would probably only have expected him to have used 4 at this stage, with possibly introducing the 5th bowler, but he's had to make changes. Maybe not all of them in his game plan, but there's a long way to go in the game, and the nice thing about Mohammad Azharuddin is he's had enough experience in this one-day competition. In fact, he's played more one-day internationals than anybody else ever. And that's it. That's a lovely catch at backward point. Singh takes the catch. And that's the end of Murray Goodwin. Just when he looked like he was starting to enjoy himself at the crease, he's got a loose ball from outside off stump and cut it straight into the hands of Robin Singh. He'll be disappointed with that.
Well, he does have a knack of picking wickets, Saurav Ganguly. And oh well, Robin, he's taken other catches quite comfortably. This one almost slipped out. But Ganguly struck once again for India, getting Murray Goodwin out. Zimbabwe now 87 for 2.
Andy Flower, the new batsman for Zimbabwe, and he's come to the wicket to join his brother, Grant Flower. And the reason Andy's here is because Mary Goodwin square cut a loose ball straight into the juggling hands of Robin Singh.
Sourav Ganguly, even in Test cricket, has come on and broken a partnership. He's a partnership breaker, Sourav Ganguly. Picks up wickets. Looks pretty innocuous, but he does just enough with the ball to beat the batsman. Also very good line and length. Takes his bowling very, very seriously, Sourav Ganguly.
Well, he's not off the mark, but he's at the other end. Oh, he is off the mark. No signal, that's a single. And that's his first warning for running on the wicket. Sourav Ganguly's received an official warning for running straight down the middle.
And I would imagine, Graham, that if you're a left-handed batsman like Sourav Ganguly is, he would make sure that he runs away from the danger area, because it is he who is going to be in more trouble if he scuffs that up. Yeah, well, this is the area which is going to be a problem for the left-hander. Although most of the Zimbabwe bowlers will bowl over the wicket to Ganguly, if they do decide to go around the wicket, this is the area which is going to be a problem. And that's what he's got to stay away from, Sourav Ganguly. Because not only he, then Robin Singh, another left-hander in the side, and Sadgopan Ramesh, the other opener, who's also a left-hander, will have problems. I do believe that that warning certainly has had an effect on Ganguly. Just upset him a little bit.
Well, I think from your observation, Sonny, we can draw the conclusion that it's not in India's best interest to run down the wicket.
Not at all if you're going to chase, because whatever the target you're chasing, the opposition has got that on board. And if just one ball misbehaves, having landed in that spot, the doubts will creep in the minds of everybody to follow.
Well, that's through the vacant slip area. And that's the 8th boundary now.
Well, this certainly is an eventful over for Sourav Ganguly, warned for running onto the stumps. And now a possible opportunity if a slip had been in position. Very well bowled, good length around the off stump, good line, but no slip in position.
It's always annoying for captains when your bowlers keep not only bowling no balls, but it also means it's an extra ball as well. And people often forget that you get an extra run for the no ball, but often the last ball of the over, because of the no ball, that can disappear as well. So it really does compound the situation. India now reaching double figures with no balls. And that will be the end of the over. Rather interesting over. 8 runs coming from it and a wicket. After 22, Zimbabwe are now 94 for 3. Dave Houghton was saying earlier on that partnerships are important in making a total, and he's absolutely right. And the wicket now, Grant Flower and Andy Flower, they're the 2 highest run scorers for Zimbabwe. That So they've obviously spent a lot of time together in the middle, and also they've spent a lot of time off the field together being brothers. So really it's the perfect scenario for partnership. Both Andy and Grant have scored over 3,000 runs in one-day internationals, and people always think that Zimbabwe are minnows. Well, if you look at the amount of cricket that they played, I mean 107 matches, you wouldn't say he was inexperienced after that many, and that's not a bad average either. I'm sure he would like to have more than 100, but there we are. Combley leg spinner. There you see he's got an attacking field and straight away. The bat pad, and obviously he's hoping for a little inside edge. It's nicely played.
If you've got a bat pad in position, you can't get the ball wide out the stumps. There's not much turn there for Anil Kumble. It's not a big turner of the ball, so he's got to really attack the batsman on the middle end leg.
I mean, Anil Kumble is bowling to a 5-4 leg side field, and so therefore bowling leg side, especially to the left-hander, it means that Nyammongi could receive one in the teeth if he's not lucky, so he's taking the precaution. And he's wearing the helmet. It's always more difficult for not only for the bowlers, but also for the wicket-keeper with a left-handed, right-hand combination.
Yes! And with Anil Kumble bowling, he does get the ball to bounce awkwardly. In fact, even on a pitch as flat as the one in Sharjah, he got one to bounce and hit Nyammongi a painful blow on the cheek. That's why Nyammongi are taking no chances wearing that grill on his helmet.
Well, Anil Kumble, he's the type of bowler that he could make it bounce on a sheet of glass, couldn't he? He's a world-class performer, and it makes a lot of sense for me to see Nyammongi wearing a grill, keeping wicket, because it's easy to buy a new grill, but it's a bit more painful having to get new teeth.
I would imagine a lot more expensive as well, because nowadays most equipment manufacturers give you the equipment free if you're an international player. Anil Kumble not quite satisfied with that call.
You don't get free teeth though, do you?
That's exactly right. Unless you have a dentist as a brother or something.
That's nicely placed as well. That's going to run away down the hill. They'll be looking for three, but I doubt they'll get three. Just a big loud no from Andy Flower, sending his brother back. Just the two.
Coming back to the teeth, I think today with just about everything that the players have being sponsored, who knows? You could also get your teeth sponsored. This is the wrong one. This is the one that Anil Kumble has been bowling regularly to left-handers now. Wasn't very confident doing that earlier on, but he's now bowling that well. That's the one that bounces a little more than batsmen anticipate. But he's given the batsman just a little bit more room.
And that's the end of the over. 8 runs coming from that one off Anil Kumble. Zimbabwe have passed 100, 103 for 3 after 23.
Going and asking the umpire, and the batsman does this and he does this. The bowler does that. How is that?
look at that for a surprise. South Africa 72 for 5 after 23 overs. There'll be 1 or 2 Sri Lankans jumping up and down for joy in Northampton today. Sarav Ganguly continuing. This is his 5th over. Well, that's good cricket. It was a good shot, a good stop, and well run.
Very, very agile, the Zimbabwe players. You will see that later in the field. Very quick, outstanding fielding side Zimbabwe, and outstanding running between the wickets here as well. Now, normally you would expect the batsman to get just 2 runs because it's gone to the other side from his throwing arm. But look at the way Grant Flower has come in for the 3rd one, and they've completed it very, very comfortably. This is what the Indians need to do to convert the 1s into 2s, the 2s into 3s. They have to run hard between wickets. One of the reasons why they only got 253 was in the middle overs. They didn't run the 1s and the 2s very hard. They didn't try to convert the 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s.
That's just a nice open the face and run it down to 3rd man for a single. Well, during Arnold Cumble's 2nd over, he bowled a no ball, which, when you only run that far, it's disgraceful, really, and it makes it very difficult for your captain. Well, that's his reaction to the decision. And he's putting his foot down to sort of demonstrate. Now, I think questioning an umpire of Peter Willey's standing, it's a bit out of order, really.
Would like to know how that is not dissent, because when a batsman just shrugs his shoulders at a decision that goes against him, whether he's given out caught behind, or when he thinks he hasn't played the ball, or when he's given out LBW and he just shows the bat, the ICC match referees are very, very quick to come on that and fine the batsman, or at least call him for a hearing. When bowlers come and question the umpire about the no ball call, it's not considered dissent, and I don't know why.
Just another single down to 3rd man. These two are accumulating quite nicely. That's 5 off the over. After 24 overs, Zimbabwe now 108 for 3 and well set. Well, if there is any dissent today, Cammy Smith is the match referee and he'll have to deal with it. But somebody should tell Anil Kumble, if you're going to mess with an umpire, Peter Willey is not the one to mess with. Well, I wouldn't mess with Peter Willey. Not many people would, unless Anil Kumble is a black belt. He's taking on the wrong man, Sonny.
Even then, even if it was a black belt, it doesn't matter, because it's a game of cricket out here, and if he's hoping to get the marginal decisions in his favour, he's got to be on the right side of the umpire. I mean, when you go out, you just address the umpire as sir. When you take guard, you say to the umpire, can I have leg stump, sir? Or Mr. Willey or Mr. Orchard. And when you're bowling as well, you should ask the umpire, am I doing the right thing, sir? Am I not overstepping by much, sir? Because the marginal decisions, if you try and question the umpire, believe me, they're going to go the other way.
I don't know about you, but I call Pete Willie sir in the bar. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe have got a very nice platform now. We're nearly at the halfway stage. And if they just continue at this rate, they're heading for a score of over 220.
Well, Andy Flower's not going to hang about. He's come out there knowing that his team is in a very good position. Trying to play positively.
And those are the projected scores. You can see if they continue at this rate, they'll be on 2-2-2. It just shows that you don't have to smash the ball to all parts. And if they go at 6 and over from here on in, then they'll reach 260. And Dave Houghton was made the comments earlier on that Zimbabwe bat a very, very long way down. In traditional sides, you used to have 5 batsmen, a keeper and 5 bowlers. Well, that's not the case these days. Even number 9 and 10 have actually, I think, even got test centuries. So they can afford to really accelerate now. That's a very well run single. The key to it was positive. Andy Flower knew exactly where the ball had gone, how fast, and that he had time to get in. We're exactly halfway now, and Zimbabwe are 109 for 3. Well, this is the last ball of the previous over. Andy Flower, nice little positive shot, and once it's gone past the bowler, he knows that there's a single there. Nice piece of fielding, but as you can see, he's comfortably in. That's the benefit of experience.
Yes, and agility of the Zimbabwe cricketers being proved once again by that quickly taken single.
Well, that's the story so far. Grant Flower being the anchor man, and Paul Strang was sent in to boost the scoring rate. He had a bit of difficulty earlier on. And Andy Flower now has quickly crept onto 11. He's the sort of player that you think he hasn't been in too long, but you look at the scoreboard and he's already got 20 or 30, and he's playing quite nicely. Agarkar coming on to bowl now because Sarath Ganguly has left the field temporarily. And the substitute fielder is Chopra. There he is.
Thought that the Indians would include Nikhil Chopra against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe used to playing seam bowling. I thought the Indians would pick 2 spin bowlers in their ranks, Anil Kumble and Nikhil Chopra. Nikhil Chopra is also a very useful batsman down the order, good fielder, not outstanding fielder, but a very good fielder. He's a 100%er, gives it everything when he's out there playing for India.
And that's nicely clipped away, but it's gone straight to deep backward square, and they'll just pick up a single. Made a comment there, Sonny. He's 100%. It always fascinated me that we need people to motivate people. I don't know about you, but if you put an international shirt on, you don't need any motivation, surely.
And what I mean by 100% is somebody who would make the extra effort. Sometimes the ball's going just a little past you, and he would throw himself at the ball. Some players don't do that. And one would say that, of course, when you wear the country's colors, that's motivation enough. But sometimes when you played for the country, a lot of times, and then you tend to take your place in the team for granted, and that extra effort is not always there. In the case of Nikhil Chopra, he's a newcomer to international cricket. He hasn't played too many one-day internationals. And maybe that's one of the reasons why he gives it everything. Maybe it's it's in his system.
That's beautifully run. That's a marvellous quick single. It was a good ball from Agakar, and it's just dropped it down, and that's the experience of one-day cricket. You just look at this, he hasn't hit it anywhere, he's just dropped his hands on it. Good understanding between the two brothers. Unless you're actually stood there as a fielder, there isn't anybody in the world who can stop that.
Yes, that's excellently taken. One of the strengths of this Zimbabwe team is the understanding they have with each other.
Well, that's just another single. Agakar will be pleased with that. Only 4 off that over. He now bowled 4 overs with taking 1 wicket and 31 runs, and Zimbabwe are edging very nicely along to 113 for 3. Agakar's first 3 overs went for 27, but his 4th overs proved to be his best so far, only going for 4 runs. Will continue. It's angled away into gully, and to continue in the commentary box, John Embry and Tony Cozier.
Very good job here by Grant Flower. Came through the difficult period, opened the batting when the ball was doing everything. Just the single, but Zimbabwe, well, I suppose in racing terms, will be nicely positioned with, let's say, a mile race with a half-mile to go.
I think with the 2 Flower brothers together, obviously they've got a good relationship being brothers, but the running between the wickets is their big feature. I spent a little bit of time away in the winter on England's A tour, and the 2 of them put on a huge partnership against England A. But one of the features, Andy Flower is someone that drops a ball, looks for quick singles, and his brother's very much aware of that. And Grant Flower, the non-striker's end, will be 4 or 5 yards up the wicket, just looking for that push single, which he'll be running to the danger end. He gets in quite comfortably, and Andy, who's very quick also.
That'll be 4 wides, I think. It's going to go all the way down the hill, and counting as 4 wides, passing the keeper. No way that Monge could get around to that. It really was a wayward ball.
Oh, this ball is loose. I very much enjoy watching Anil Kumble bowl. He's probably the most economical spin bowler in one-day international cricket, but he'll be very disappointed with that. Batsman very cleverly didn't play it, avoided playing the shot, settled for the single, and ended up getting the 4-leg. It's 4 byes.
Well, they are brothers, and as you mentioned, they have a good relationship. Not the same thing with all brothers, of course. Play the game. One thinks of the war twins, and they're not just brothers, they're twins, Mark and Steve. Well, remember Mark coming into his first one-day international against the West Indies in Australia and being run out with his brother at the other end. And the second innings, it happened the same way in the second one-day international. And of course, Mark came out to run for Steve's partner, and Steve was left not out 99 when Mark was run out in a test match, 120 for 3. Well, it is lunchtime for some, but for those on the field, a long time still for the Indian fielders to wait. There are another 13 overs after this to go. Correction, another 23. Mathematics never my strong point. We'll be looking for a second and getting it quite comfortably. So this is a good partnership building up between these two. Just what Zimbabwe would have wanted.
Just short of a length, just giving Andy Flower a little bit of width. We talked about them scoring singles and running between the wickets very well. Their previous 8 scoring strokes were all singles. But one has to be very careful that once you get into that singles mode, that you do miss out on half volleys that you should be pushing through the ground. Sorry, that you should be pushing through the field. And also missing out on some balls that a little bit shorter, a little bit wider. But it's very important that at this stage of the game, this partnership does develop. They've got depth in batting. They've got good strikers of the ball lower down the order. And another 10, 12 overs of these two at the crease, getting them up to about 170. And then with wickets in hand, setting Zimbabwe up. Zimbabwe innings up for a launch towards the end of that innings.
Sun back out. It really has been a very nice morning here in Leicester. Very bright sunshine in the early overs. Slightly overcast, but the sun has now broken through. Cloud is high. And the Indian supporters who are here en masse, really enjoying themselves. Seems as if the spectators in this tournament enjoy themselves in any circumstances. As we saw Chelmsford with the Bangladeshis getting beaten quite badly. And you would say in this position here that India just slightly behindhand in the contest at the present time. You wouldn't guess it from looking around the ground.
There's one advantage, Tony, of playing the World Cup in England is the huge cosmopolitan population that we have in from all around the world, all over the world, in support of this World Cup. All the Indian matches were reputed to have been sold out, but there are a few spare seats around the ground, so anyone out there willing to come in this afternoon to see some good cricket, there are some seats available.
And of course we understand that something like 10,000 Indians have come across from India itself. They've had to pass, from all reports, a rather unique immigration test to get in. No ball against Ganguly.
This ball, no ball. A free hit there for Grant Flower. It's 12 of the innings. It's 12 runs plus the extra 2 overs, which India could ill afford to bowl or give those runs away to a side like Zimbabwe. Good ball there by Ajikar.
124 for 3.
Yeah.
Well, it really is a carnival, isn't it? They're advertising it as a carnival of cricket. And she certainly is enjoying it, and I think the spectators are enjoying her too.
Not often, Tony, that you get an Indian with a pint of, or Indian lady with a pint of lager in her hand, but she's certainly enjoying herself.
I'm sure she's carrying it for her husband. Well timed. Just getting back to the number of Indian supporters who have come across, we understand there's something like 10,000. Well, a lot of Indian supporters here today, as we've said. And just to emphasize the point, he's got his feathers on. And stories in the press here indicate that those who were coming across and applied for visas from India, from the British High Commission, wherever, or the British Consul, wherever it was in India, had to answer a few questions about cricket, just to ensure that they were authentic cricket lovers and they were coming for the World Cup and not on any other business.
Not coming to work out the odds, Tony, obviously.
Now, if you were set that test to go to a World Cup in India, how would you pass, you reckon?
I can't answer that.
What's England's highest total in World Cup cricket?
That's an interesting one as well. No, I think I know who's got the high score. I think Keith Fletcher back in
No,
one
no,
of
no,
the
no,
first
no,
World
no.
Cups.
The immigration official is asking you. What is the highest score? It depends whether you get your visa or not.
300, and it's being shown to me, and I can't even see it. 334 for 4.
So that's the end of the over. And luckily John Embry doesn't have to leave the country to cover World Cup cricket. 127 for 3. Zimbabwe doing here appreciably better than their neighbours. South Africa are doing in the other Group A match today against the champion Sri Lanka. South Africa struggling there at Northampton, 103 for 6 in the 29th over. We don't know what the conditions are. They could be ideal, but judging from that, seems as if the bowlers are getting some assistance. We did get assistance here early on, but not so much now. As Gurkha continues. Very good shot. He struck it really well. A long chase in the outfield. Just managing to pull it back, and they'll come back for a third quite comfortably. Fine shot.
Good shot by Andy Flower. Just had that little bit of width on the ball from Agakar, who gave this ball a bit of width. He's got his hands through the ball, hit the ball through the covers. Lovely shot. 3 runs. Zimbabwe very much the bridesmaids in everyone's opinion in this group, but they won't think so. They'll back themselves to win 2 or 3 of these matches and they certainly won't be ruling themselves out of qualifying for this group. And there's a good ball there by Agurkar. Good upright seam. Ball just leaves Grant Flower. There's just enough in this wicket to keep the bowler interested. Very important that the bowlers don't lose their discipline. Very important to bowl line and length. There's enough in the pitch to put the batsman under pressure. Make them work hard for the runs and make them play the big shots.
The appeal is for a leg before. Gurkha obviously feeling the ball had hit the pad before anything. I think you're probably right.
Very good ball. He's made the balls go back. This one kept the same line, just tucked Grant Flower up. Just managed to get his knee just outside the line of the ball, probably missing off stump. It's a little bit late on the shot too.
Saw the Bangladeshi opening batsman trying to square cut in swingers. That's a very good hit, right over the top for 4. Gurkha proving very expensive here.
Excellent shot here from Grant Flower. Slightly over pitch, nice and straight, but he's hit right through the line. Nice straight bat, full face of the bat, hitting through the line, and back over the bowler's head. One area. And it's the first 4 scored in the last 50 runs. Scored off 50 balls.
So Gurkha, who had that unforgettable, or for his sake, forgettable spell towards the end against Jonty Rhodes and Lance Klusener, that turned the match for South Africa in the opening match down at Hove, again proving expensive. 27 from his first 3 overs and now 17 as he comes up to the last ball of his 3rd over of the 2nd spell. End of the over, 136 for 3 with 20 to go. So there's the graph for Zimbabwe. Really a lot of ups and downs, but they've kept it going pretty well, and that's a good scoring rate for this stage of the innings. So 20 overs to go. They've got wickets in hand, 7 of them. They've got a good foundation here, and Zimbabwe will feel well pleased with the position. They were sent in a difficult early period against some high-class bowling from Srinath especially, and Prasad. But now they've settled down, and Prasad is now coming back just to see if he can make a breakthrough here. They need a wicket, India.
I think more important, Tony, is that they develop partnerships. Everyone that's gone to the crease has developed a partnership, apart from the loss of the first wicket, Neil Johnson.
There are those partnerships all building up all the way. Nice build-up of those partnerships all the way through. Starts with a wide. Some lack of concentration here on the part of Prasad. Spraying that well wide of the off stump.
There's been a lot of criticism of the Duke's white cricket ball, used very much in English one-day cricket, and there doesn't seem to be much of a problem in domestic cricket, but I think a lot of the international teams have really struggled.
Yes, to be fair to them, they all were making the comments before the competition started. South Africans certainly criticised it prior to the tournament. There's a man out there.
Prasad just straying in his line. He's pushing the ball into the right-handed batsman, enable him to tuck the ball away on the leg side.
Strange that India should find themselves having problems with the wides today. They only delivered 3 in South Africa's 47 overs and 2 balls in their opening match at Hove last Saturday. Today they've already had 12. I dare say the ball hasn't moved around, or didn't move around as much at Hove as it did early on here. But we've seen wides down the leg side from Kumble, also from the medium paces. So not just the quick bowlers early on. Long chase out there for the cover man. So-called sweeper position, and they get 2 quite comfortably.
Andy Flower just keeping the Zimbabwe total ticking along. 24 runs from just 33 balls. There's no 4s there or 6s. He's just been prepared to work the ball around and develop this partnership. And Grant Flower 45 off 86 balls, and that equation improving as the innings develops.
Flower brothers in now. 73.5 is the strike rate for Andy. That's the number of runs on average scored from 100 balls. He's only had 34, of course, but that's strike rate is worked out as 73.5% of the balls he's scored from. Leg by means that 7 runs have come off the over. 31 gone, 143 for 3.
And so the beat goes on at Leicester. You're watching Star Sports live coverage of the game between the Indians and the Zimbabweans, who are 143 for 3. Meanwhile, let's quickly update you from Northampton, where South Africa are in real trouble against Sri Lanka. 119 for 7. They're just taking a drinks break at the moment. When we last saw them, they'd lost 4 wickets. Since then, 3 more have gone. The captain, Hansi Cronje, was the first to go. A sensational piece of outfielding. Initially, it looked as if he was going to hit a boundary, but then Maher Jayawardene came across, put a great throw in, Ramiz.
By the deep fieldsman, and Hansi Cronje couldn't judge that second run nicely, and it was run out. That was a big blow. Sri Lankans doing good work in the outfield. There you see him stretching, but clearly out of the crease.
Don't they say never run on a misfield? I mean, it was a sort of an attempted half stop, wasn't it, that took the pace off the shot?
Yes, this will show us clearly that the captain was out of the crease, and yes, never take a run of a misfield. That clearly that is the point there.
Jonty Rhodes had been improvising brilliantly after the departure of Captain Cronje. Not a very happy bunny at the best of times there, but Jonty Rhodes played 1 shot too many. Murali, the bowler?
Yes, not really in control of that sweep shot. Didn't go down to hit it down on the ground, and getting a top edge and was neatly held by Jayasuriya. That was a big blow again. He was playing really well, Jonty.
Smile on the face of Srinath Jayasuriya really told the story, because Jonty Rhodes has the capacity to push his side on to a big score even when they've been in trouble. But his departure, very, very welcome news for Arjuna Ranatunga. Now, Shaun Pollock, I think, has been very unlucky. He's just been given out. He's driven a ball seemingly into the ground. It's hit the considerable frame of Ranatunga. We're back live at Leicester, where we may well have a wicket. We do. He's done the business straight away. Mongia holds the catch. A great return, Ramiz.
Yes, Jadeja is a partnership wicket breaker, and there you see him coming in and picking up a wicket straight away. He did so well in Sharjah also, and that could be crucial for India's chances.
Flower departs, maybe concentration broken by the drinks break. That happens quite often, doesn't it?
Yes, pretty innocuous looking delivery, and there the Flower going for that big drive wasn't to the pitch of the delivery and was neatly held by the keeper.
Well, real drama in the Midlands as you watch World Cup 99 on Star Sports. We've just seen the end of Grant Flower, a much needed wicket for the Indians, and they stand at 143 for 4. Alistair Campbell, the new batsman for Zimbabwe, who've just lost Flower, who was going very well indeed, 143 for 4. And just to update you on developments in the... we'll just look at the replay. In fact, the partnership breaker working very nicely indeed. Poor shot there, Ramiz.
Yes, wide outside the off stump, and Grant Flower going for that full-blown drive, not to the pitch, and was cleanly taken by the keeper.
He had a good time in Sharjah, did Jadeja, and obviously with Sachin Tendulkar sadly missing from the side, he's now got the responsibility of stepping up and just offering something a little bit different. And he comes again. That's wisely left. Now, we were just updating you on South Africa across at Northampton, and Shaun Pollock's been given out here after he hit the ball seemingly into the ground. It hit Arjuna Ranatunga, looped up, was caught by the bowler, Murali, and after a long, long time consulting, the third umpire, Ken Palmer, I think to the amazement of everyone, has given Shaun Pollock out, 7 wickets down over at Northampton, South Africa. Meanwhile, Alistair Campbell's at the crease in Leicester.
Exceptional bowler, Jadeja. Bowled very well in Sharjah, bowled very well in the match against England when he picked up a couple of cheap wickets towards the end of the innings. But he comes on, he keeps the seam. I think there's a little bit of movement, not a straight seam there, but just gets the ball to stray off the straight, a little bit of swing.
That'll be a wide down the leg side. Seats in the ground here, but all tickets sold, pre-sold before the match, so that no tickets are available in the ground, which is a shame because I'm sure a lot of people would want to come in, but there are no tickets available, and it's just a question of those no-shows, but it's a shame. If you do come down, I'm afraid you can't get into the ground because those seats have been pre-sold. So decisive over from Ajay Jadeja, coming on and getting the wicket, a grand flower. And with 18 overs to go, Zimbabwe are 144 for 4. So jubilation among the Indian supporters with that wicket. Good partnership between the Flower brothers. They put on 56 from 52 deliveries. And now it's up to Alistair Campbell and the rest. So 144 for 4 with 18 overs remaining. Prasad is going to bowl, and it is Campbell in strike. Correction, it's Grant Flower in strike. Two left-handers in now. Just down the road at Northampton, another important match in Group A today between South Africa, the favourites, and the defending champion Sri Lanka. South Africa struggling there, 119 for 7 from 33 overs, with Chaminda Bass 2 of the wickets and Mutar Malitharan 2 wickets as well. Here in the commentary box, as Prasad comes in, we'll have a change in commentators, and it will be Graham Fowler, and with him Sunil Gavaskar.
Flower is on 25 of 36 deliveries.
I'm sure that Mohamed Azharuddin was very pleased at Jadeja taking a wicket in his first over, especially the ground flower. But I don't think it will halt Zimbabwe's assault now. They've only 17.3 overs left, and I'm sure they're really going to make a final assault on this total. They're looking at scoring over 220 at the moment, which I think is a very good score. There was early life in this wicket, and there's still life in it now. I don't think it'll change too much during the day. If anything, it may slightly degenerate. We can see that one nipping back. And the beauty that Zimbabwe have got is that they've only lost 4 wickets and they bat a long, long way down. So India may have just had a breakthrough in removing Grant Flower, but they've got a lot more work to do yet.
Yes, I think a lot of teams, when they have depth in their batting, can get just a little carried away thinking that there are more batsmen to come and lose their way somewhat. I think the players out in the middle have to do the job themselves rather than think that there is somebody coming down. And we've seen the kind of movement Prasad is getting even in the 33rd over. And that will encourage the Zimbabwe bowlers to believe that the pitch will remain the same and that they will also be able to get that kind of help from the pitch when India are batting.
Well, more overs like that from Prasad will help Mohamed Azharuddin and the Indian team. Just one run coming from that over. And Zimbabwe now 145 for 4. From the South African squad, they've lost another wicket. 22 for 8. I'm struggling. I think Ajay is quite lucky here. Tony to get away with. Oh no, he hit the pad on the way through.
Yeah, but I think Nayan Mongia is very smart to have a shy at the stumps. So sometimes that can be a distraction as far as the umpire is concerned.
Just a single. Campbell's been in for 7 balls. Yet to open his account. He's off the mark now. Most classical way to get off the mark, Sonny.
Never mind, I think as far as the batsman's concerned, so long as he doesn't have that dreaded duck against his name, he's happy. He's a very good player, Alistair Campbell. He's opened the batting quite successfully for Zimbabwe. It's difficult to understand why he's dropped himself down to number 6. So I think they're trying to use Neil Johnson to accelerate the scoring in the initial stages, with Grant Flower doing the anchor's role. But Alistair Campbell is a very, very good player. I think he should be really coming higher than he is over here.
He's not the best in World Cup cricket, but I think you would say that he's a better player now than his average suggests.
He certainly is. And he's been very impressive in the matches that we've seen him in India. Alistair Campbell. It's 149 for 4 after 34 overs.
It's often the case that when a batsman becomes captain of an international team, they do tend to move themselves up and down the order. Now, you never know whether that is because of the pressure of being captain or because he thinks it's the best thing for the team. Partnerships in the last 2 between Goodwin and Grant Flower, and Andy Flower and Grant Flower have been very productive. Zimbabwe coming in good time as well. have a go, Srinath coming back on. Well, that is just pure disdain, and to add insult to injury, it was a no ball as well.
Well, that's one of the reasons I believe that Alistair Campbell should be coming up the order for Zimbabwe. This is the big no ball by Javagal Srinath. He's bowled very well. Before this shot, he had given away only 12 runs off 6 overs and had also taken a wicket.
He's picked that up beautifully. Just a flick of the wrist.
And it's not a bad ball, so you can see that Alistair Campbell has the ability to hit the good deliveries for boundaries as well.
Well, that boundary over mid-wicket has caused Srinath to go round the wicket. Hopefully he'll be thinking to try and get the ball into Campbell and tuck him up so he can't use his arms to swing free. The one thing that all left-handers love doing is they love the ball a little bit wide so they can swing their arms at him. That one started wide and gone even wider, but I'm sure that Srinath will want to try and tuck him up a little bit. Just like that.
Well, you could almost certainly say that this one was the one that was going to come into the left-hander, because the previous delivery was one that went a long way away from the left-hander. And you can see Srinath rolling his fingers over the seam.
It's an interesting tactic from Srinath. He's got 5 men on the offside, but he's going around the wicket and he's trying to tuck Campbell up, which means if he's not successful at it, then there are some big gaps on the leg side. He's found one of the 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a deep fine leg, but in front of square there are oceans of room. As you know as well as I do, Sonny, there are no fielders in the sky, so once you get it past straight in the wicket on a square leg, there's oceans of room.
Yes, but it's not going to be easy to hit a bowler like Srinath, because he's really been bowling well. He's been getting the ball to move, and there's so much movement even in the 35th over. Batting is not really easy out there.
Well, you get one for a wide, but that was a very wide.
Yes, the Indians have been pretty liberal with the wides and the no balls today. Well, there you are, 13 no balls and 14 wides. That's 27 extra deliveries.
There's 27 runs on the total, and whatever runs they get off the extra deliveries, and that's the painful thing about bowling extra balls.
And it doesn't help the over rate as well. India's got a mainly seam attack, predominant seam attack. Srinath, Prasad, Agarkar.
Well, that's it very nicely on the up. Straight to cover point, deep cover point. It must be very frustrating for captains when so many limited over internationals gets down right down to the wire, and it's 2 runs here, 3 runs there. And yet if you're giving 27 runs away in extras, that can be the difference. It's like having an extra batsman. That can be the difference between winning and losing.
Yes, 20s often can change the match. A late order charge of 20 runs in a couple of overs can make a difference. Here India have conceded 27 extras, 158 for 4.
Leicester Zimbabwe, actually, I think are in the driving seat at the moment. They've got 158 for 4 and 15 overs left. It's a very nice bright day here at Leicester. The wicket's done a little bit. They've managed to combat that, and they're in a good position. Jadeja's about to start his third over. He's enjoying himself so far today. He's taken 1 for 5 off 2 overs prior to this one. Well, the Indians want a wicket, and the umpire's just said it's wide. If it did hit anything, it could have only hit the bat because it was very wide, but...
Well, you can see over here that the ball's going way down the leg side. Question is whether Alistair Campbell got a nick to it or not, because both Ajay Jadeja and Nayan Mogi are very, very confident that he had.
Mohammad Azharuddin won't be pleased with that fielding. That's way below the standard that we've been used to in this World Cup.
Well, yes, this is something that the Indians have to try and avoid. This is an area where they have not really worked very hard. This is the previous delivery, which was called a wide. Jadeja and Mogi are quite confident that Campbell had got a nick.
Nicely run.
India have bowled plenty of wides and no balls, 28 so far wides and no balls, and with around a little over 40 minutes left and 14 overs after this, it's going to take a big effort for them to complete their 50 overs in time. Because they will certainly be using Srinath and Venkatesh Prasad and Agarkar to do a bit of bowling, they have longish run-ups. So that's not going to ease the pressure on trying to complete the overs in time.
A bit of fortune there for Andy Flower. He squeezed that onto the pad and it missed the stumps and went down to third man. And
We're just making a little bit of room to try and play the shot. Could have got a wide down the leg side as well if he had just stood there. There you are, 40 minutes left. And in a little over 40 minutes, India have to complete 14 overs after this ball. And with Srinath, Prasad and Agarkar to do a bit of bowling, that's going to be tough.
well, an expensive over there. 10 coming from it. Zimbabwe 168 for 4. Jadeja just obviously talking about his fielding places to the captain. It's been a little bit raggy in their approach today. Overs gone. Well, if India don't manage to bowl their overs in the allotted time, and officially they only receive the same amount of overs back.
Well, that over it hasn't been helped by the number of wides and no balls that the Indians have bowled. The match referee will decide whether any overs need to be taken off. for the Indians.
Seems to make perfect sense to me that if they only bowl 48, then they should only get 48 back. 12.3 overs an hour is incredibly slow. Even Clive Lloyd's West Indian team doing the 80s managed 14 an hour.
If you don't actually look at the wides and no balls bowled, then the Indians would have actually been all right with the over rate.
Well, that now is the 24th extra ball that will have to have been bowled. And that includes wides. So even my maths tells me that that's 4 extra overs that they've already bowled. And this tactic from Srinath is working this over, going around the wicket and tucking Andy Flower up. Well, Zimbabwean bowlers won't mind seeing that. We're in the 37th over. And look at that, it's been like an off break.
It is very, very clever bowling by Javagal Srinath. He's got the ball to duck into the left-hander, cramping him for room to play the flick shot. And then he bowls this beauty that leaves him. He's bowled quite superbly, Javagal Srinath. But for the no balls, it's been very, very economical.
Just in case people are wondering, due to India's slow over rate, Zimbabwe now reached 174. If India don't bowl their overs in the allotted time, they actually don't walk off the field. They continue and they finish their 50 overs. But then the match referee has to adjust in his own mind as to how many they get back. The captain with 1 or 2 problems at the moment. This is one of the reasons why India's over rate has been so slow. They seem to get in position and then move the field instead of doing it the ball before. Well, that's gone high and wide. It'll drop safely. And we'll go all the way for 4.
High, wide and handsome is the way to describe this, because he's hit it in the middle of the bat. Just a little bit of width he got from Jadeja. Jadeja had been cramping the left-handers, bowling at their pads. Now this one, the first ball of a fresh over, he's bowled a little bit wide outside the off stump. And that was just what Alistair Campbell, the Zimbabwe captain, was waiting for. Having begun cautiously, he's catching up with the number of deliveries he's faced.
Good cricket from Alistair Campbell. He smashed one over extra cover, and then the next ball just dobbed it down and taking the single. Just loose hands, open the face a little bit, pushed it in the gap, positive. Don't even really need to call if you know your partner that well. You just set off.
Yes, excellent cricket, because the fielders were just pushed a little bit back after that aggressive shot of the first ball. more towards the edge of the circle rather than in to try and save the single. Very good thinking that by the Zimbabwe captain.
India are looking a little bit raggy at the moment. They're way down on the over rate. They've bowled nearly 30 extra balls so far on a sporting wicket, and Zimbabwe are on top. I think Alistair Campbell, who's at the crease at the moment, he's a Zimbabwean captain. He's getting a first-hand look at the wicket now, having watched it for most of the day. And I'm sure he'll be thinking to himself that he's rather pleased that India asked him to bat. Because at the end of this innings, they'll have the runs on the board and all the work will be down to India. Well, that's very well run indeed. Al Dravid down at fine leg, had a lot of ground to cover there.
Yes, that's very, very good running by the Zimbabwe batsman. And they completed the second run quite comfortably.
Well adjusted. Well, just to put it in context, Sonny, Grant Flower scored 45 and the second highest total is extras 41.
Well, that just about sums up India's efforts on the field here today. Having won the toss and asked Zimbabwe to bat, they were hoping to have them on the ropes very early on. You have to say that Srinath and Prasad did bowl very well with the new ball. But then things started to go just a little bit wrong with the wide no balls. It's 181 for 4 after 38 overs.
Well, if you look at that Manhattan, there are a lot of very high peaks, and that can only be put down to two things: extra balls in the over which have been hit for 4 or 3 or 2, and also some bad balls. Very inconsistent performance from India, not one of their best. Kumble's going at over 4 and over at the moment, which is most unlike him.
This is good thinking cricket by Zimbabwe. They know that Anil Kumble is difficult to hit for boundaries, so they're trying to pick him for singles, try and make every ball count for runs. They don't want too many dot balls at this stage of the innings. They've got 6 wickets in hand, and they're trying to ensure that every ball counts for a run at least.
Earlier on in the day, I was wondering whether Zimbabwe had an effective plan, an approach for this game, but batting was very difficult early on, and they've actually settled down and got into a good run. And you'd have to say, Sonny, that on this morning's performance, Zimbabwe looked a far more organised team.
Well, I think the Indians perhaps still feeling the effects of missing out on Sachin Tendulkar.
Sliced away. And that's going to be 3. Oh no, he sent him back. No, it's good fielding by Robin Singh. Also a good call as well from Alistair Campbell.
One of the quicker movers in the Indian team, Robin Singh, able to restrict it to only 2. Speed, agility, the key to one-day cricket. I don't know too many bowlers who would allow a run to be scored when the ball is hit straight to them. Very, very quick to stop a run of their own bowling bowlers. But this time, Kumble conceding a single. 187 for 4.
Well, 11 overs left now. And if Zimbabwe just carry on at this rate, they're going to reach at least 240. Good fielding and great backing up. Once again, we're having to wait for the fielders. They don't appear to be in any rush, really. Hasn't put any spring into his fielder's steps in between overs. They're still walking very slowly in between overs and back to the positions. It's no wonder they're going to really struggle to finish their overs in the allotted time. Well, that is very sloppy cricket from India. It should only have been a single. Very positive running from Alistair Campbell. And dropping the ball adds insult to injury.
Well, there you see Ajit Agarkar really should be getting into position very, very quickly. It's taken a little time. He should be behind the stumps.
Glorious. Believe it or not, this is Andy Flower's first boundary. It was a good one.
Ajit Agarkar once again going for runs. He's a bowler who picks wickets, but he also concedes plenty of runs. Ajit Agarkar, Flower 43. Zimbabwe at the kind of platform where the batsman will now look to go for the big hits, the big runs, the big boundaries. The time to look for the ones and twos is gone. They've got wickets in hand. Their batsmen are well set. And they're doing the right thing, going for the big shots now.
That's going to run away. That's the most expensive over in the match. 14 runs coming from it, and it takes Zimbabwe past the 200. They're 201 for 4. It just seems to be that no matter which way they turn, India are just really, really struggling to get to grips with this match. Well, Zimbabwe 201 now, and that's the last over, the most expensive of the match. And for the first time in the game, Zimbabwe are now, their run rate is over 5s. And if you're coming into the last 10 overs, you've only lost 4 wickets, you're already above 5 and over, then you are set for a most almighty onslaught.
Yes, I think Zimbabwe would be looking to score at least 7 runs and over now, which will mean that India will be looking to scoring 270 plus, unless they do extraordinarily well and dismiss Zimbabwe for less than their 50 overs. And then they might not even get to bat 50 overs because their over rate has been pretty slow, thanks to all those no balls and wides that they've bowled.
Well, that's 50 for Andy Flower. Well, only 2 4s, 64 balls, but that's a great effort for his team. Low ball. That's a lovely ball from Olonga. Completely deceived Alistair Campbell. He was looking for the leg spin, it wasn't. And he's gone. Zimbabwe 203 for 5 now.
Well, this is one way the Indians will stop Zimbabwe from piling up a big score. That is by taking wickets. Beautifully bowled is Googly. Alistair Campbell didn't read it. He thought it was the one that was going to come on straight, but he's played his part. 24 of 29 deliveries, 203 for 5.
Guy Whittle, the new batsman, he's in to join Grant Flower because Alistair Campbell was completely deceived by this beautiful googly. Adeptly finished off by Nayan Mongia. Almost classify that as run out.
3 left.
Absolute peach.
Ram! Come on, concentrate in there, Ram!
Well, he played his part. Very useful innings from the Zimbabwean captain. It's a big appeal. Peter really says no. And to take you through the rest of the innings, John Embry and Tony Cozy.
Good ball from Anil Kumble. This ball just sliding in with the arm, just pushing that ball into the right-handed batsman.
Catch it!
Once again, what Anil Kumble is renowned for, on a good length and line. Just sliding this ball in, just tucking up the new batsman.
Two runs and a wicket off the over. 203 for 5. 9 overs remain. That clock is an important element in the equation at the present moment. 2:15 is the cut-off point for the innings under the regulations. Now, if they haven't bowled the allocated 50 overs by 2:15, the innings continues until those 50 overs are complete. And India will only have the number of overs that they have bowled at 2:15 when they bat. Match referee will have to determine whether there have been any other circumstances that have caused the over rate to be as slow as this, and then he'll determine exactly how many overs India will have to bat to chase the runs. Cammy Smith, former West Indies opening batsman, a real swashbuckler, Cammy Smith in his days back in the 1960s, and now very popular ICC match referee, former president of the Barbados Cricket Association as well. Guy Whittle gets off the mark. So 8 overs after this, and India will feel they've done pretty well if they can keep Zimbabwe below 250. Still got 5 wickets in hands. They've got some good hard-hitting batsmen to come, East Streak and Edo Brandis especially. And they've still got Grant Flower out there. It's a bad fumble at backward point, the kind of thing you wouldn't expect from the fielder in question, who's Robin Singh.
Bit of slack fielding in the gully area. Robin Singh didn't quite get behind the ball. A little bit of bias on the ball, a little bit of spin. It took the ball away from him. But at this level, international cricket, one must be expected to field those balls, certainly supporting the bowlers. There's one young bowler that needs as much support as he can get.
Slight slip at the non-striker's end. Might just have got him in trouble.
Guy Woodall working his ball to square leg, runs hard for this first run, slips, but still has time to gather himself and get into the other end. Good run in between the wickets.
Just the single for a very good shot. End of the over. No, just one more to go.
Yes.
Running very well between the wickets of the Zimbabweans. 42 overs have gone. They've up to 211 for 5. Anil Kumble starts his 8th over.
No, Jojo!
Andy Flower with his younger brother Grant, the leading run scorers in one-day international cricket for Zimbabwe. Not surprising. He's very much an accumulator of runs, doesn't it? A lot of 4s, but prefers just to keep the score ticking over. And of these Zimbabweans, they don't play a lot of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe, but they do work hard in the gym, work together. And one aspect of their game they do particularly well is run between the wicket, and Andy Flower encourages that. And he will be quite content at this stage of the game to continue that game just for a few more overs before he starts to open his shoulders and rely on his batting partner Guy Whittle to do the damage.
Bowled him. Googly is doing the trick here for Anil Kumble. The batsman is waiting for the decision from the umpire. Whittle has to go, and once more Kumble strikes with that Googly.
Very good ball by Anil Kumble. Nice eye action. Slanting that ball into the right-handed batsman. Ball going between bat and pad, not just tight enough there. Keeping that bat next to the pad, and Guy Whittle out for 4, and the Zimbabwe total goes on 212 for 6.
New batsman is Stuart Carlisle. Not a very experienced cricketer for Zimbabwe. Comes in to replace Guy Whittle.
Guy Whittle didn't know too much about that particular ball. Excellent ball from Kumble.
Carlisle off the mark right away. Just angled in more than the googly, really. The one which got Kumble his earlier wicket, the first one, certainly was a very big googly. Did turn. This one was more angled in. Just kept its line. Very clever bowling by a clever bowler.
The new batsman Carlisle more accustomed to batting higher in the order for Zimbabwe. And the Zimbabwe total goes to 214 for 6.
.43 overs gone.
One dilemma that Zimbabwe will have at this stage is that they're 6 wickets down, still with 6.5 balls to go in this innings, and with only 10 minutes to go. There could be 2 or 3 overs light of getting the 50 overs in. They can't afford to get bowled out.
Well, if they continue like this, they will. That's a beautiful delivery. Yorker. And they've lost their 7th now, so they're losing their way here, Zimbabwe. 215 for 7, and India have struck back.
Excellent ball from Srinath on his reintroduction into the attack, doing just what Mohamed Azharuddin requires of him. This ball in swinging Yorker. Very good ball by him. Very difficult ball for Stuart Carlisle to face. Stuart Carlisle leaves the scene with 1 run. Zimbabwe 215 for 7.
.215 for 7 then, and Zimbabwe have lost just a cluster of wickets here recently. 3 wickets in 3 overs. Here's the third.
Stuart Carlisle getting yorked. Very good ball bowled by Srinath at this stage of the game.
Big appeal. Umpire Orchard is unmoved. But again, that ball well up from Srinath to the new batsman. The perfect delivery for the new batsman.
This time one can only wonder why the Indian bowlers didn't bowl a slightly fuller length at the beginning of the innings. They very much concentrated on bowling length, back of the length. There was a lot of movement off the pitch, some through the air. And when you've got the pace and the carry that Srinath was getting from the pitch at the beginning of the innings, and he's got the batsman on the back foot, that is the time when you really need to bowl that slightly fuller length. Very much West Indies, when they had their top 4 fast bowlers, used to do in Test cricket.
Down to third man, they'll just be satisfied with a single. Now let's have a look at that clock once more. Just 6 minutes to go before the cut-off point at 2:15. Now, if Zimbabwe happen to be dismissed before 2:15, India will have all 50 overs to bat. If the Zimbabwe survive through until 2:15, well then that number of overs will be available only to India. 2:17 for 7, 6 overs to go. So there is the Zimbabwe card. They were sent in and looked at one stage as if they were heading for something in the region of 240, 250. Doesn't look so now, with Kumble and Srinath coming back, the 2 most experienced bowlers, and doing the job for India. Have to hurry here. In the end, Heath being a little bit late in taking off, but in the end getting through quite comfortably. Ed O'Brandis and Henry Olonga are the batsmen to come.
I think Heath's streak, very much aware of the situation. David Houghton, the Zimbabwean coach, is obviously very much aware of that as well, and would have relayed instructions to his batsmen.
Wayward throw, the right idea to the bowler's end, but too wayward, and a good run.
Just a little bit rushed into throwing this ball, which has ended up being very wide.
Come on, yeah, come on!
That's slack work. Really should have been just a single. In fact, they had settled on the single when the fumble was made in the outfield. Ramesh, who has been quite good in the outfield today, coming around and not picking it up cleanly.
Yeah, no reason to attack the ball one-handed there when the batsmen have settled for 1 run. Created the situation, stunning the ball, but running past it and creating the opportunity to Andy Flower to run through for the second.
Yes.
Flowers worked the ball around really well, just the 2 boundaries from his 76 deliveries, but he has used the gaps in the field very well. Lovely, bright, sunny afternoon now. End of the over, 5 remain, 2:23 for 7. Good firm drive down the ground, but just the one. Now this is the 46th over and Srinath bowling it. You'd think that this is the last over they'll have before 2:15, which is the cut-off point according to the regulations. If Cammy Smith, the match referee whom we saw there, decides that there'd be no extraneous circumstances to have slowed them down, well then they'll only have 46 in which to go after the total.
It's very difficult for Cammy Smith to be lenient on the Indians. They've bowled 27 extra balls over 4.5 overs extra from no balls and wides, and have created this situation themselves and should be punished.
He's found the gap and he struck it well enough. Outfield is fast and that'll go for 4. Very useful boundary indeed.
There's an excellent shot by Heath Streak, well balanced, long half volley from Srinath, didn't quite find that Yorker length, just gave him a little bit of room to get his hands through, but excellent shot. Zimbabwe batsmen do bat right the way down, but Heath Streak very much the last of that line of batsmen.
Down the road at Northampton, another Group A match on today, and there's the reason why the South Africans are considered favourites in this competition. They have recovered from a desperate situation, and with just 1 over to go, 177 for 9, having struggled. They were 110 for 8 at one stage, so a good partnership there. 3 wickets for Chaminda Vaas, 3 for Muralitharan. And a total at one stage, it looked as if it wasn't going to be a real challenge for Sri Lanka. Now turns out to be a genuine challenge, and especially if the pitch is as we think it is, helpful for the bowlers. But just emphasizing the quality that South Africa have all the way down the order. Yeah. Srinath's last delivery. Finishes off with 10 overs, 2 for 34, Srinath, and that is 2:15. 46 overs gone, cut-off point gone as well. 2:31 for 7. So there's the ICC match referee Cammy Smith doing his calculations. Darrell Hare, who is the third umpire, the Australian. Very difficult to see how India will be allowed even more than 46 overs. It looks as if they'll only have 46 to get, whatever Zimbabwe set them. Andy Flower, who's batting really well for 62, to face Anil Kumble. Kumble's last over.
Andy Flower just proving that you don't have to smash the ball all over the park to score runs in one-day cricket. He's accumulated his runs, 63 in total. very much favours developing partnerships with batsmen at the other end and predominantly letting them score, but he has got the ability to score or run a ball himself, and he certainly won't be rushing to play big shots at this stage, just with a couple of overs left after this, 3.3 to be exact.
This is the last over from Kumble. Srinath has bowled out his lot, so the two most experienced and best of the Indian bowlers won't be around for the last 3 overs.
.233 for 7 Zimbabwe. Next 3 overs could very well get up to near 260.
There's the reverse sweep, first time we've seen it for the day, and it's been very well played indeed, and will gain 3 runs, and 3 very valuable runs off the last ball of Anil Kumble's 10 overs, 2 for 42, and it's 236 for 7.
Anil Kumble, not a very economical spell. Just got worked around a little bit in that last over, and the reverse sweep for 3 runs off the last ball, but once again bowled very well. Good shot, premeditated shot, the reverse sweep, which Andy Flower plays particularly well.
So 3 overs remain, still 3 wickets in hand, and Zimbabwe will looking to get off those 3 overs, certainly another 15, 20 runs. Prasad, the new bowler, and a clever shot by Andy Flower, just for the single.
This is Prasad's 3rd spell. First spell, he bowled 4 overs for 20. His second spell, 4 overs for 7. Very good spell in the middle of the innings. And coming on to bowl 2 of the last 3 overs. There are his spells. Second spell, 2 overs, 1 for 1. For some strange reason, came off. Very interesting, Tony, that Zimbabwe haven't really looked to play the big shots. They go for 4s and 6s. They've been quite happy to accumulate the runs, wait for the bad ball to come along, and quite educational for young cricketers that are developing and coming into the one-day game. It just shows the importance of running between the wickets and calling, the basics of the game, which Zimbabwe do particularly well. It's coming on here, his ball coming back into Flower, but immediately he sees where the ball goes and he's off.
Well, there's the first wild swing we've seen. Perhaps we'll see a few more from here on. What perhaps upset them was the loss of those quick wickets just after the 40th over. So they had to ensure that they didn't get bowled out under the 50 overs. Now just another 2 overs and 2 balls remain. Yes, and I think that's going to be what we're going to see from here on. Heathstreak is a big hitter, and in fact almost carried across the ropes. He mishit it, but he's a strong man.
Actually, I think on this occasion, Tony, it may have been the slower ball, and Prasad's just held the ball back a little bit, bowled the ball at the back of his hand, but Heathstreak, very strong young man, still connects with it. He had the whip, connects with it. The ball almost went for 6, and as we see, the comes out the back of the hand, sort of leg spinner.
That'll be a wide down the leg side. Seeing him coming and seeing him shifting away, if he'd bowled it at the body, there was no way that the umpire could have signalled a wide, but he went far too far down the leg side to be able to get away with it. So that's the 47th extra of the innings. In the air, and the catch for Mongia, the keeper. It'll come down with ice on it, but he holds on.
It's not a catch you want when you haven't got the wicket-keeping gloves on. That ball went many a mile up in the air. Would have been a difficult catch most of the times, but it's one that the wicket-keepers do practice purely for this occasion. But Heathstreak taking a wild swing across the line, and Mongia judging a good catch. Oh, I think so anyway. Heathstreak 14 and 18 balls, and the Zimbabwe total 244 for 8.
So another 2 overs remain, and another big hitter. Ed O'Brandis comes out. I think better known in this country through the press as a chicken farmer rather than a cricketer. When Zimbabwe beat England, of course, he got that hat-trick in the one-day internationals in Zimbabwe. The last time England toured there, and Zimbabwe won all 3 one-day internationals. And the English press seemed to be more concerned with the fact that he was a chicken farmer than the fact that he had taken a hat-trick in an international match. But he's a big man. He's been in Zimbabwean cricket for years. He is by far the most experienced of the Zimbabweans, age 36 now, and a real character.
I think very much a credit to Ed O'Brandis. Very much a credit to Ed O'Brandis in staying fit at the age of 36 and getting called up for this World Cup. Very experienced side, Zimbabwe. In a very short space of time, they played a lot of one-day international cricket. Here's the catch by Nayan Mongia. Although he got it in the middle of the gloves, he didn't look too confident, and I think very grateful that the ball was safely snuggled in there.
Agakar is the bowler, and bowls a full toss. Just a quizzical look from Ed O'Brandis, because if it was above the level of the waist, it would have been given a no ball.
The fielders have set back a little bit. One would have thought at this stage, especially with a seamer coming on with a new batsman on the crease, especially number 10 batsman, that the fielders be coming in to save the one to keep Grant Flower away from the strike. Sorry, Andy Flower. Ed O'Brandis making sure that he got his body between the ball and the stumps. Good ball from Agakar. Tucking him up, not giving him room to get his arms through the ball.
Certainly has learned from his experience at Hove when he was short and down the leg side to Jonty Rhodes, who really smashed him all over the ground for being too short. He's now been fuller rather than shorter, and in fact sprayed it down the leg side for a wide. And they ran as well, no signal of the bye, so he must have got a touch onto it. But how if he got a touch onto it, then it couldn't be a wide. So I didn't see the bye call. Down the leg side it goes. There's a wide signal. Counts as 2 on the rather complicated system. If you bowl a wide and then you run off it, counts as 2 wides. You follow that, John? That's only going to be one wide because they didn't run off it. Just let's explain this. If a ball is signaled a wide, and let us say it goes to the boundary as happened earlier, it then counts as 5 wides. And if it goes through to the keeper and he fumbles it, as Monge did early in the over, and the batsman run, it counts as 2 wides.
Extras have just gone up to 50. The second highest run scorer in the side after Andy Flower.
Really has been a very indisciplined performance by India's bowlers and in the field as well. It's meant that they've gone way past the cut-off point. They'll have, by our estimation, only 46 overs to bat.
We saw, Ajit Agarkar, 8.5 overs, 1 for 69. Very expensive, bowled a lot of extras. Hasn't bowled with any discipline today.
Just over the head of Azruddin, and they'll come back for 2. So 1 over left for Zimbabwe. They've reached 250. They've done really well to get there. And they're 250 for 8.
Zimbabwe have been very positive in the 2 matches they played. Were very positive against Kenya, which one would have expected. But against a major test playing country like India, they've been very positive. They've got a lot of depth in their batting, a lot of belief in themselves, and they realise that their bowling is slightly weaker. Realise that their bowling is slightly weaker and they need to get runs on the board for their bowlers to have a good total bowl ad.
Prasad bowls the last over. So we'll see some good old-fashioned slogging here. With just 5 balls remaining. And Edo Brand is this big, strong man. Now into the strike. Caught behind, he walks. Just trying to run it down to third man. The edge found, and Edo Brandes goes, so that Henry Olonga will have to come in with just 4 deliveries remaining. Zimbabwe 251 for 9.
This ball from Prasad, didn't pitch it up to Edo Brandes. It's an interesting situation. The bowlers are told to pitch the ball well up towards the end of the innings, but a lot depends who is actually batting. If you've got a batsman in, it's not the situation you want to be in, but if you've got a tail ender in who likes the ball pitched up, it's sometimes not a bad idea to bowl just back of a length straight. Most tail enders don't like the short ball. Zimbabwe go on to 251 for 9.
Henry Olonga comes in, the fast bowler, number 11, with just 4 deliveries remaining. And there's the innings score for South Africa from their 50 overs. A fine recovery. That man Lance Kloosner once more with an unbeaten 52. Very important innings towards the end as South Africa was struggling at one stage. Darryl Cullinan 49 and 3 wickets each for Chaminda Bass and Mutaya Muralitharan.
Henry Olonga not noticed for his batting. He'll be looking to score a single. We'll go back to this dismissal from Prasad, just short of the length, just tucking Edo Brandes up there, not giving many room, knowing full well that Edo Brandes will be wanting to give the strike to Andy Flower, the batsman who's been at the crease for a good couple of hours. He was on 69 not out.
That'll be a wide. You'll have another one. So the extras now move on to 51. And the score moves on to 252. It really has been a very wayward performance by the Indian bowlers. And the captain, Mohammad Azharuddin, there cannot be at all a happy man. He'll no doubt have a few words to say when they get back into the dressing room. 21 wide, 16 no balls.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the white ball and the criticism that it has, but I can't help but when you're an international cricketer that you know, after several balls that you bowl, 2 or 3 balls even, that you should be adjusting your line, and one of the first things you do is, you know, you see what the wicket's doing, but also how much swing there is through the air, and there's no excuse to bowl the amount of wides and allow the extras to accumulate in the way the Indians allowed it today.
Be very lucky to get away with that. It was down the leg side. Umpire Orchard had a look. Perhaps Olonga got too far inside of it for him to have got the wide.
Yeah, on this occasion, I think he was all right. I think if he hadn't got so far across, I think the ball would have been about hip high.
So we come to the last ball of the innings now. Zimbabwe 252 for 9, and Olonga just trying to get bat on it. And just the single taken. So Zimbabwe finish at 253 from their 50 overs, and India will have to get 254 to win. The match referee will have to determine just how many overs they will have to get those runs, but at the cutoff point of 215 they had only bowled 46 overs at Zimbabwe, and if there are no other considerations as far as the calculations by Cammy Smith are concerned, they will only have 46 overs to bat. We'll just wait for confirmation of that. But Zimbabwe 253 for 9, that is a demanding target in any circumstances. And India, of course, without Sachin Tendulkar, their main batsman today. He's gone back to India for the funeral of his father, who sadly passed away yesterday.
Zimbabwe innings, they were put in this morning by Mohammad Azharuddin. Got off to a poor start when Neil Johnson got a good ball from Srinath. Grant Flower batted very, very well. Paul Strain came in at number 3 as pinch hitter. Got 18 in 26 balls, which set the innings off in good motion. Murray Goodwin, 17, got in, but was well caught by Singh in the gully. Andy Flower, 69 not out. Great knock from him today. Worked the ball around beautifully. Didn't hit many 4s, but just accumulated the runs, gave the strike away and got the strike back. Alistair Campbell, the captain, came in, got on with it, very positive. 24 in 29 balls. Guy Whittle, bemused by Kumble, got a ball that just slanted into him. He was bowled by Kumble for 4. Stuart Carlisle bowled Srinath almost as soon as he came in. Got a good in-swing in Yorker. Heath Streak, Edo Brandes, Henry Olonga being the bits and pieces players, but Zimbabwe be very pleased with 253 for 9.
And India very indisciplined with their bowling. 21 wides and 16 no balls, 37 additional deliveries that they had to bowl, and that's one of the main reasons why, in fact, they took so long to get through their 50 overs. Very expensive once more. Agakar with 1 for 71. Top bowlers, as you would expect, being Srinath 2 for 34, Kumble 2 for 42. But a real headache for Mohammad Azharuddin today, and he won't be happy at all with how his bowlers responded.
He's a very good user of the new ball. He's a handful, particularly for the right-handers, but if he can get that incoming ball to the left-hander right, he'll cause problems to them as well. And India off straight away with a boundary. It was a gift, really, a full toss. Graham, and as an opening batsman, you won't mind receiving such a delivery first up.
I think I'd be rather pleased to get a gentle full toss first ball. It's done quite a few things. That it's given the batsman confidence. It's knocked 4 off the total. And then O'Brandis is still going to have to loosen up. Well, so far in the match, Zimbabwe have looked quite a good professional outfit, but when you've had a lunch break, you would expect your opening bowler to be completely and utterly loose by the time he bowls his first ball. As I tell all my university students, looseners are for kids.
Yes, and considering you've got only 10 overs to bowl, you really cannot afford to take an over or two to warm up or loosen up.
Runs again, and that'll be another 2.
Well, both these batsmen are dashers. We've seen Sourav Ganguly play well in the previous game against South Africa. Strokeful player, finds the gaps very easily. He's a very, very good timer of the ball. So also is Satgopan Ramesh. Very good record that, average 41.5.
And a wide.
Well, is the wide epidemic catching? From the Indian point of view, they would hope that it is infectious. And Zimbabwe also will respond in kind to the number of wides and no balls that the Indians bowled. So at least that way, instead of getting 46 overs, they might get 50 overs.
If they keep scoring at this rate, they won't need anywhere near 46 overs. Captain Alistair Campbell just looking at the clouds. Well, another eventful over in this game. That's the first one for India, and they'll be happy with it. They're 8 for none. Ed O'Brandis opening the bowling for Zimbabwe. He won't be too pleased with his first over. He 8 runs off it and a no ball. He just looks a little bit stiff. Sometimes he has the ability to look rather a reluctant cricketer. And you can see from the pictures that there is rain falling, but they're still out there at the moment. The umpires have not looked at each other. If anybody should know the local conditions, it's Peter Willey. Well, that's not Peter Willey. That one is. He's seen a lot of rainfall at this ground during his career, here and at Northampton. Neil Johnson to open the attack. And a no ball. I think you're right, Sonny. I think it is catching.
Well, certainly the Indians would be hoping that it is. But what the Indians would not be hoping for is fielding like this, because there was a legitimate single in it till Grant Flower threw himself. Zimbabwe fielding is quite outstanding, which will mean that India will actually have to score that many more runs. It's not just 253 because that is the target, but sometimes you hit shots which you feel should get you boundaries or should get you runs, and then when the fielders stop it, it's almost as if you've got to score more than 253.
Let's just clip the thigh. It's well taken. Both Zimbabwe opening bowlers at the moment are shaping the ball into the left-hander. They'll be pleased that the ball is still moving, but I suppose really they'll be hoping to get their line a little more outside the off stump than actually into the body and onto middle and leg. The one thing you don't really want to do against any left-hander, never mind two as accomplished as these two, is to bowl on the legs.
What they don't want to do, Graham, is to bowl to Saurav Ganguly on the off stump because he is very, very fluent. Very good timer of the ball, and he finds the gaps. He's got that priceless ability to be able to hit the ball between the fielders without much effort. Have a look at this, hardly any follow through, but the ball is rocketed off the bat.
So would you be an advocate of bowling leg stump to Ganguly and setting a leg side field?
Yeah, he's not as fluent on the onside, but he strengthened his play on the onside because bowlers did try to bowl that line to him. But you can see he pitched on the leg stump. He's just struggling a little bit, but around the off stump, he's absolutely top class, unstoppable.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with the tactic that if you've got a batsman like Ganguly, who you say is not as strong on his legs, then you can bowl to a leg side field, and then when Ramesh gets down the other end, if you can revert back to bowling outside the off stump. And that's a perfectly legitimate tactic and one worth considering. Well, that's brilliantly taken. That's so unfortunate for Saurav Ganguly. A loose ball pulled it straight down Ed O'Brandy's throat, and India have lost their first wicket for 13.
He's very disappointed with himself because he knows that he shouldn't have been playing that shot. Wasn't in control. Plenty of responsibility on his shoulders now that Sachin Tendulkar wasn't playing. Saurav Ganguly knew that he had to play a big innings. He's not done that. He's out for 9. India have lost their first wicket for 13.
Well, there's an unusual sight. Rahul Dravid, the new batsman without any headgear whatsoever. No cap, no helmet, nothing. And he's come to the crease because Saurav Ganguly picked out Ed O'Brandy's inch perfect.
Well, this is like catching practice, isn't it? Neil Johnson striking in his first over. And a big wicket too, because Saurav Ganguly is just the kind of batsman who keeps the scoreboard ticking. He's been in form with that innings of 97 against South Africa, and he's an experienced batsman.
And at the end of the second over, India have reached 13 for the loss of 1 wicket. Well, Rahul Dravid's walked out without a helmet. Now he's collected one. I only hope he's got his box on. Well, having said that Rahul Dravid was unusual wearing a helmet, he's gone and collected one. Wide called by Peter Willey.
Well, this would have been a perfect delivery, very good delivery for a right-hander, but to the left-hander it's a wide. The wide ball has caused a few problems.
Well, I've seen people wander out without bats and without gloves before, and Rahul Dravid came out without his helmet and he called for it after one ball. But looking at him, I think he's got the rest of his kit on.
How can you be so sure, Graham?
Experienced eye. Well, a good change of pace there from Ed O'Brandy's. I'm not so sure whether the shot selection was perfect. I think at this stage on a wicket that's had movement in it all day, I think you'd be looking to play with more of a straight bat earlier on, Sonny, wouldn't you?
Definitely, but these are extraordinary circumstances, and as much as India have to score 253 in less than their allotted quota, so obviously he's got to try something different. Ramesh, in the short international career that he's had, has shown that he's a very good timer of the ball again. He's not much for footwork. The footwork comes a little later once he gets set, but at least at the beginning of the innings he tends to play through the line of the ball. But over here in England, where the ball does a little bit, it might not pay him dividends. It worked for him on the subcontinent pitches. He's got to be just a little careful here.
Well, that's a glorious shot. You'll not see a better timed shot than that. Almost effortless.
Yes, not much footwork required for this kind of a delivery. It was short on his pad. It was really asking to be punched away. And he's done it in style, Ramesh.
That's great balance. And great timing. O'Brandy's is struggling to find his line at the moment. I know he seems to prefer to bowl against right-handed batsmen, but once you get to this level, you've got to do it to the left-handers as well.
I'm just trying to compensate for that previous delivery which was on his pads. But the white ball we've been seeing in the matches that we've played so far, but it's a little bit difficult to control.
Well, I don't know how on earth that has missed the stumps. Ramesh looking to leave the ball. It proves that you're in good nick, but when you look to leave it, it actually hits the bat.
Once again, if Gary Kirsten's watching, he would be saying, why does it not happen to me that the ball takes the inside edge and goes past the stumps without dislodging the stumps?
Well, that's slashed wide of first slip. A fumble, but they'll only get one. And after 3 overs, India are 22 for 1. Ramesh and Dravid at the crease, but the most experienced man in international cricket, Mohammad Azharuddin, is in next. He's played more one-day internationals than anybody else. He's also scored more runs than anybody else. And there he is. Doesn't he look stressed out? Well, he's going to have to make a useful contribution today because India need 5.37 runs per over at the moment. Partly due to some very good batting from the Zimbabweans and also some very loose and lax fielding and bowling on the part of the Indian team. Neil Johnson. Jack Mohan Dalmia, president of the ICC on the left. Right, Raj Singh Dungnapur, president. And I'll just pick up the 2 there. And a no ball. But the most famous man in the picture, Chris Balderstone in the middle. Former Carlisle football player as well as an accomplished cricketer. Well, that's very nicely played. That bounced more than he expected and he adjusted beautifully. Just to run it down to third man. He's got plenty of time, hasn't he, Sonny? He just looks easy.
Yes, he plays the ball very late. He's got the talent to make the adjustments. So often the footwork factor doesn't come into it too much because if you can make adjustments, play with soft hands, then you can compensate for the lack of footwork. Not always, mind you.
Well, it's an interesting game, cricket. I mean, I used to get the footwork right, but then miss the ball.
Maybe you didn't make the adjustments with the hands. The hand-eye bat coordination.
Ah, that's what I was missing. That's well adjusted too. I mean, quite surprised by the field placings in this game. On a pitch it's got a little bit of bounce, as this has on occasions, where the ball's moving off the seam. That I would think that gully is not only an attacking position for taking catches, but also a huge run-saving position. Johnson distressed at another no ball.
Sadgopal Ramesh has in the previous over edged Ed O'Brandes just wide of first slip. India 1 wicket down already, that of Ganguly, and Alistair Campbell still doesn't have a second slip. Ramesh does play occasionally away from his body, particularly at deliveries outside the off stump, feeling for those deliveries outside the off stump. And a second slip would definitely give Neil Johnson that much more confidence to bowl around Ramesh's off stump.
Rocket!
28 for 1 after 4 overs.
Well, after 4 overs, India are up with the run rate. Their only disappointment will be losing one wicket at the moment. Well, after 4 overs, India are 28 for 1, so the run rate's not a problem at the moment, averaging 7. Ed O'Brandy's economy rate is 8.5 at the moment, so he'll be hoping to bring that down in this his 3rd over. They'll be hoping to bring that economy rate well down. He'd also like to take some wickets as well. Well, the misfield brings a single.
That's an unusual sight, a Zimbabwe fielder misfielding. A very good recovery by the fielder backing him, ensuring that only a single accrued to the Indians.
Beautifully played. Glorious shot off the back foot, finds the boundary with ease.
This is a terrific shot from Rahul Dravid. Over the years, he's been criticised for not being able to capitalise on the opportunities earlier on. But in the last season, he's become a lot more positive. If a bad delivery comes on early in his innings, he's quite prepared to lay bat to ball. This is a terrific shot.
That's nicely clipped away for 4 as well.
Once again, Ed O'Brand is just trying to compensate for that widest delivery of the previous ball, where he had given a little bit width to Rahul Dravid. This time bowling at his pads. You don't bowl to the pads of batsmen of the subcontinent. They are such wristy players. It's going to go away for runs.
Well, 10 off that very expensive over from Ed O'Brandy's. 3 overs, he's gone for 27 already, and India 38 for 1. Three overs, none for 27. Just a single. Once a batting team gets off to a flyer like this, it can be difficult to peg them back in and bring the run rate back down, because the batsmen they're full of confidence, they've got the momentum going, and at occasions it can be really hard to stop, and it can be an awkward thing for the fielding captain to make his mind up which bowler he's going to use to try and stop the flow of runs.
Yes, the captain is then hoping that the batsman gets a little over ambitious, go for shots which they shouldn't be attempting, and get out.
Well, it would have been a good ball had he not overstepped the line.
Well, you really can't blame the white ball for that now. It's the bowler himself who's got to be blamed.
Well, if you like watching wickets go down, then you should be at Northampton today, because Sri Lanka are already in 13 for 2 after 5 overs. South Africa got out of jail really in reaching 199. Who's your money on there, Sonny?
I would think South Africa.
What a beauty.
Yes, this is a very good delivery, just holding its line. Ball from just a little wide of the stumps. And that was cleverly bowled too, because while the earlier delivery just held its line and went straight through, Neil Johnson bowled an almost identical delivery, but he got the ball to slant back into the left-hander.
What I like about Ramesh is he hits the ball in the right areas for a left-hander. It's a different game being left-handed. He took his hand off the bat with that. He played the shot. Maybe he's jarred his wrist a little, but he just hit the ball in some very correct areas. There's another indication of it. He's back straight as a die. And after 6 overs, India with 41 for 1. And we've got a change of bowling. And we've also got a change in the commentary box. Dave Houghton is with John Embury.
Thank you, Graham. India off to a good start in this innings, needing 253 runs to win. Rumesh has got the side off to a good start. A little bit of indiscipline in the Zimbabwean bowling. And Bobby Simpson talking to Sourav Ganguly. And the first ball from Heath Streak, wide. Becoming quite predictable in this World Cup so far. The umpire's very strict on them, but on this occasion, ball starting wide and going wider.
It would be a little easier if the ball would consistently swing one way, but we seem to be wide as soon as we go outside off stump, and when we try and bowl a bit straight, it stays on that line and nips down legs, making it very difficult for the new ball bowlers. And that's a better line. If you can stay in that area all the time with the consistent little bit of outswing, it should be quite difficult to play.
David, have your bowlers struggled with this white ball in their preparations leading up to the World Cup?
Funny enough, in our two warm-up games that we played, Derbyshire and Warwickshire, we actually batted poorly but bowled and fielded magnificently, and we've come into this World Cup and bowled and fielded very poorly against Kenya, but our batsmen won the game for us, and we've batted fairly well this morning, and once again we're a little bit wayward with the new ball.
He streaks straight down the leg side this time, overcompensating for the swing, and ball being played down to fine leg, and they go through for 2 runs. And more news from Northampton. Sri Lanka 14 for 3, under a tremendous amount of pressure. Obviously something in that pitch that we don't know here, but obviously very lively, and the South African bowlers making full use of it.
Great catch by Grant Flower there again. Very wide ball, wide and full. Probably would have been a easy wide. It's given it the full treatment. Only got it a foot off the ground, and it's a great diving catch at point by Grant Flower.
Very important wicket for Zimbabwe this. Ball of fullish length. Dravid getting to the pitch of it, but not quite getting over the ball. And great catch by Grant Flower in the covers. Very reminiscent of the wide ball that he got out to David in his innings.
Very reminiscent, but at a stage like this where we've not bowled very well, and possibly the field's a little bit down.
44 for 2, India.
Yeah, the fielding. I think at a stage like this, where the fielding side's probably a bit down, that the bowling's been a bit wayward and got away at almost 8 and over. A catch like that, a diving catch, just picks everyone up.
Mohammad Azharuddin coming to the crease, the leading run scorer in one-day international cricket with 8,974. That's quite a few runs.
Yeah, this is a sort of fielding Zimbabweans need at the moment. Just try and pick everybody up. Fine catch, and that'll just lift everybody in the field. Lift the bowler. He knows he's bowled a bad ball, and he's been repaid with a wicket by some great fielding.
Bit of excitement there from the Zimbabwe fielders. Bit of surprise on Peter Willey's face. This ball, good seam, nice and upright. Holds its pace, but the ball just clipping the pad. Good decision by umpire Willey. And a good take in the end by Andy Flower.
Thank goodness for the webbing and wicket-keeping gloves.
And at the end of the over, India are 44 for 2. Rumesh 14 runs. Azruddin Nord, a streak. Come on as first change bowler. Replace Edo Brandes, who was very expensive in his first 3 overs. And we have more news from Northampton. Sri Lanka have lost another wicket. They're 4 wickets down for 14. Neil Johnson continue the bowling. Zimbabwe's first innings, 252 for 9. Andy Flower, 69 not out, paces innings extremely well. Grant Flower, 45. Alistair Campbell, 24. India in this innings are 45 for 2 off 7 overs, going very well. Aided by some wayward bowling by Zimbabwe. Ramesh 15 not out, and Dravid yet got off. Disappointment there for Neil Johnson. Azruddin getting that outside edge, going in the region where third slip would have been. Streaky 4 runs, but 4 runs nonetheless, and very welcome from the Indian captain.
I think that's more like the length. I know that's probably a bit too full, but it'd be nicer to see the bowlers getting the ball a little further up. I think when you see a little bit of pace and bounce in the wicket, the tendency is to bowl a bit shorter. And I think to get people out, you've got to pitch it up on this wicket, John.
Dave, were you surprised with the decision by Mohammad Azruddin this morning when he won the toss to put you in?
It was one of those tosses that we certainly were in that let's lose the toss mode, because we would have put them in as well. But having said that, I was very comfortable to be batting first. I just felt it was a really good wicket. We knew it would seam around a little bit early when the ball was new. But by and large, it looks a good batting wicket, and it's going to be a good batting wicket all day.
Ball works away on the square leg. Ball just short of a length. Azruddin gets away with another single.
There's that length we're talking about. You know, it's a goodish ball, but it's back of a length, and it allows the batsman to get inside it, just tuck it neatly off his hip, and it's an easy single. I think at this stage, they've got off to a good start in terms of run rate, but we have got 2 top order batsmen out, and another one now would be a big blow.
And disappointment etched on the face of Neil Johnson. Again, once again, as David just shared, short of a length, width. Allowing Ramesh to hit the ball on the up, over the top of where second slip would have been.
It's a deliberate open face shot. I don't think Neil should be too depressed about thinking that might have been an edge. I think if anything, be a little upset with the length and the line he bowled there.
Over.
10 runs off the over. India 54 for 2. After 8 overs, Zimbabwe with 33 for 1, but India 54 for 2. And taking advantage of the minus the 4 overs they've got to bowl in this innings. His streak, India require 199 runs to win. Bit of shoddy fielding there at mid-wicket. Murray Goodwin, the culprit on this occasion. Very much a feature of Zimbabwe's game is the fielding of their and support of their bowlers. On this occasion, Murray Goodwin not quite getting down quick enough and the ball sneaking through between his hands.
I think with no real strike bowler of world-class stature, it's so important that our fielding is 100% to back up our line and length seamers. You know, if you've got a McGrath or you've got a Wazim Akram who can win you a game like this by picking at 5 or 6 wickets, it's one thing, but our game has to rely on really tight out cricket, put pressure on the batsman in that fashion.
Would it be fair to say, David, that with the depth of Zimbabwe's batting, that obviously they need runs on the board to create the pressure for the Zimbabwe bowlers?
Ideally, that's how we like to play it. We have worked pretty hard over the last 6 months learning to chase because we felt that the condition share would be such that you'd be wanting to put sides in if you win the toss. But the ideal situation for us is, yes, to bat first and try and get some runs on the board and defend it as well as we can in the field.
Zimbabwe have done exceptionally well over the years.
Well, this is more like the line and length. Streaky's come on here and he's bowled wicket to wicket. Just put the stops on a little bit this over. Of course, it doesn't help the last over went for 10, but if we can get 2 people operating here in a partnership, wicket to wicket, and put a bit of pressure on now, we might be able to see the run rate go up and perhaps cause a fall of another wicket.
Ashton looks like he had a little bit of time to play the ball there, but very important that on a bouncy wicket, especially when the ball is new, a little bit of grass and you're getting good carry, very important that bowlers don't get it into their head. They've got to bowl short of a length. They've still got to pitch the ball up, encourage the ball to swing, get a little bit of movement, draw the batsman forward. And that's a good catch by Alistair Campbell at first slip. Just what we were talking about. Length, ball swinging away. David.
Absolutely. Well, again, it's that good line. A little bit of a channel just outside the off stump. Just swinging away. And found the outside edge. Nice safe pair of hands in Alistair Campbell at first slip.
Mohammad Azharuddin 7 and India are 56 for 3. Azharuddin makes his way to the crease. Very important at this stage that if Zimbabwe are going to win this game, that they maintain the discipline, especially their bowlers in bowling a fullish length, attacking off stump. Pitch this morning was very dry, good even covering of grass. I think what was surprising for a lot of people was the movement that was in the pitch, but neither the Indian bowlers first up bowled particularly well. Bowled just short of a length instead of getting the ball fuller, and Zimbabwe have followed the same pattern. India have certainly made up for the loss of the 4 overs and being 56 for 3 after 9. But Ajay Jadeja coming to the crease.
Once again, you see the line just outside off stump, just a little bit of a wave movement and a fine catch.
Azrin just playing away from his body. Not much foot movement there, but following the away swing. And a catch taken comfortably by the Zimbabwe captain, Alistair Campbell.
Short, bit leg side-ish again. We've got to try and maintain, especially with the swing that Neil Johnson is getting. He's got to try and get that ball up, allow it to swing, try and get through the gate, maybe hit him on the pads. It's just too short at the moment.
And Jada's one-day international career, 166 matches, 500s in that total, 25 50s, averaging 36.20. Very good. And best score of 119.
Very experienced campaigner, AJ Jadeja. He's also pretty used to the English conditions. I know when I was playing club cricket over here a few years ago, before I was coach of Worcester, played against AJ, and he was playing up then, I think, in the South Durham, North Yorkshire leagues. So he's been over here for a few years, and he'll have an idea of the English conditions.
Yes, David, English conditions is something that a lot of people, both here and from overseas, Yorker length ball. A lot of people from overseas think England have got a big advantage playing the World Cup at this time of year, but a lot of these international cricketers have played in England, a lot of experience of those conditions.
Yes, I think it's just really a case of how quick sides adapt to it. It is an advantage, but I would think it would only be an advantage for England in the first round. By then, most of the sides that are qualified and going through will have got into the conditions, will have adjusted nicely, and will be playing good cricket too. For me, it's not that big an adjustment, I believe. I just think our batsmen started off playing a little bit in front of themselves. The ball doesn't come on quite as quick. You just have to slow things down a little bit. And our bowlers really just need to pitch the ball up a little bit more, which we're not doing too effectively at the moment. But hopefully if we qualify, the bowlers will be on target.
You certainly got to a good start with the win over Kenya. And if the bowlers can get it together here and put pressure on India, David, and could very well turn this match around as well. Come here as bridesmaids, but obviously you've come to spoil the party.
Well, we didn't really think we were coming to spoil anybody's party. We just we thought before we left home that we'd get through to the Super 6. It's been our target, and we still believe we'll get there.
Another wide. Poor direction by Neil Johnson. And the extras, 9 already. 5 wides, 4 no balls. Almost 2 overs extra already, and the match extras have gone up to 59. Extraordinary number. Most of those have come from wides and no balls, and that's not to account for the runs scored off of those no balls and wides.
Yeah, I was sitting across with the players stand when the 50 came up in the first innings.
India 58 for 3 at the end of the 10th over. After 10 overs, India 58 for 3. Runs required, and 180. So comparisons. India got off to a good start, but have lost 3 wickets. Very elegantly played. The run rate 5.7 over. Rate required 5.44, just a little below the 5.50 that was required at the beginning of the innings. So India would be happy with the rate at the moment, but certainly not with the wickets lost.
Once again, ball started out too wide, expecting too much to hope that it'll swing back from that wide. And straight on through, and another extra conceded and another ball to be bowled.
Once again, Heath Street just falling away, pushing that ball in. To the left-hander. I think Zimbabwe have come into this match with a variety of bowlers. Got 6 bowlers in your side that can bowl. You've left out from the last match Mbangwa and Andy Whittle. You brought in Edo Brandes and Henry Olonga.
Yes, I think Edo was always likely to play this game anyway. We fancied the extra spinner against Kenya because they don't play the slow bowling that well, as I'm sure you saw yesterday against England. Once again, more width offered. Possibility of an outside edge, but in the end, umpire signals another wide. And I think we'll be chasing down those 50 extras that the Indians gave us if we're not too careful.
Any talk of to the left-handers, especially with this ball moving around, of the bowlers bowling around the wicket and into the left-handed batsman, just to cut off the 2 angles so you're continually coming into them?
We have talked quite a bit about it, but it's for that last ball is the very reason why the bowlers are reluctant, particularly Streaky. He has a nice off-cutter, and if he's got his line going nicely from off-stump and middle and off, he can get the ball to go away and leave the left-hander, which is negated a bit if you go around the wicket.
Good ball by Heath Street there. Fingers very close together on the seam. Nice upright seam when the ball hit the pitch. Good ball from Heath Street there. Good line. Fuller length, drawing the batsman into the shot. Just came back a little bit off the wicket. A little bit of swing. Good seam going through. Well taken by Andrew Flower, the wicket keeper. Not a great deal of control there. A little bit bottom hand going in there. Not so much top hand. Getting the ball through the extra cover area rather than straight down the wicket. Good running Indian batsman. Not a great feature of their game in the past as they're running between the wickets. Prefer to hit the ball through the field. But Ajay Jadeja, one of the more nimble players in the Indian side, saw the opportunity and took it.
Yes, certainly in our encounters with India, AJ has proved to be the best runner. One of the things that we are alert for.
And as wide balls go, very lucky to get away with that one. India 61 for 3 at the end of the 11th over. Discussion between Ramesh and Jadeja about the match situation. Discussing how they're going to go about winning this game. 192 to win of 35 overs. And Heath Street, the last delivery of that over, going wide, then going wide off the wicket. Can be considered a little bit lucky to have got away with that.
Again, lots of swing here for Neil Johnson. Ball not really going where Ramesh had intended it, through the mid-on, mid-wicket region, but thickish outside edge or inside edge, down to fine leg.
India, 191 runs to win. Good line by Johnson. He hasn't got to try to do anything different apart from bowl on that line. Just bring the batsman forward, make the batsman play the shots, make them come at him rather than create the options of giving them width. Good ball there. Just a little bit nippier than he looks. Neil Johnson comes in with a nice easy run up, but a very quick arm action, hits the pitch, gets the ball to go through. A single there for Jadeja.
Well judged single, perfectly placed between the two, but some quite neat backup work from backward point just to cover and make sure there's no two there. Neil Johnson, of course, has got some experience in county cricket and bowling on English wickets, and in fact bowling here at Grace Roads, having played for Leicester for a season. I think that's very close. Henry's probably the fastest runner in our side, and I think if we see a replay of that it hit the wickets, I think he might have been struggling. No, I was wrong. Need my eyes tested.
Good cricket there. Just open the face of the bat there, running the ball behind square on the offside. Bringing 2 runs. And another no ball. 3 runs off the over. Off that ball, sorry.
That's a bit of length to bowl. Good shot and well controlled by Jadeja, but that's the length I'd rather be seeing the Zimbabwean bowlers on at the moment. There's always a chance of that outside edge. It's not quite a half volley. It's only got to move a little bit. And we're in business in the slips.
Better length ball, much fuller. Just push through the offside there. Olonga, fairly deepish at mid-off. Excellent shot there. Johnson straying down, a little bit short of a length. Well picked up there by Ramesh. 74 for 3 off of 12 overs.
Well, you ask what the extra ball costs when people bowl no balls. 6 off this one, is the answer. Too short, neatly struck away, just behind square and just over the fence. First 6 of the match.
Well executed shot, just gave himself a little bit of room, rolled the wrist, but got the ball up in the air in that vacant deep square leg area, taking full advantage of the restriction that are imposed on the Zimbabwe side. With the reduction of overs come down to 46. The restriction of fielders in the circle comes down to the 13th over.
Much better line and length that. Streaks bowl very well in this spell. He's put some pressure on by control here, but unfortunately hasn't really had a partner the other end. Neil's been far too wayward and he's gone for far too many.
Well, Johnson's 6 overs, they've gone for 39. He's taken 1 wicket. The Heath streak into his 4th over. He's already taken 2 wickets for 8 runs.
Well, I'm surprised he actually got away with without another no ball being called there on height. They say it's only got to be over shoulder height, and I'm sure that was heading that way if it hadn't been so neatly tapped behind square for 6.
It's very harsh. Batsman walking across his stumps. That ball wouldn't have missed leg stump more than 4 or 5 inches. But umpires have obviously got instructions to wide anything that goes down the leg side. Want this to be an entertaining World Cup. Everything in cricket nowadays, David, geared towards the batsman.
It certainly is. Restricted fields. Restricted on the leg side. Off spinners can only bowl with 5 on the leg side and so on. You know, I think it really is a little bit too much in favour of the batsman. Having said that, we're just not really coming to terms with this ball at all. When we get the ball in the right place, we're looking dangerous, but it's just not happening often enough.
Yeah, there's criticism of the ball, David, but really at the end of the day it's got to come down to the individuals that are using it, and we've already seen in the several of matches that have been played that bowlers haven't been able to control the ball and just need to spend a little bit more time in the nets perhaps, or in match situations.
Well, this is the thing, you know, we've got new balls. We practice hard with the new balls all the time. Centre wicket practices in the nets. In the last 2 days we've had fantastic nets down here at Leicester, and nobody's been close to bowling these huge wides. So maybe there is a little bit of big match nerves involved in it as well.
Very much so. India 76 for 3. A good run in between the wickets by Ramesh and Jadeja. Whittling down that Zimbabwe target of 253. Beautiful shot. Lovely shot through the covers by Ramesh. Eve Streak just straying, over pitching, giving Ramesh the width that he needed. Beautiful shot.
Lovely free flow of the hands here. Beautiful face through the ball and just magnificent placement. It was in the air a little bit, but perfectly dissecting those 2 fielders in the cover region.
At the end of the 13th over, India are 80 for 3. India 80 for 3 in the end of the 13th over. The end of the fielding restrictions allows Alistair Campbell to set more defensive fields, have men back to save the 4s, but he also won't want to give away the singles at this stage and bring India back into the game. Very important with a total of 80 for 3 that Zimbabwe tried to maintain that pressure, take another couple of wickets, and we have a change of bowling. It's Henry Olonga coming on from the pavilion end. And join us in the commentary box is Sunil Gavaskar with Tony Cozier.
Challenge here for Olonga, usually tear away fast bowler. Good save. Desperate work in the field by Zimbabwe.
Yes, the Indian scoring rate is very good, although they have lost 3 wickets. Zimbabwe know that they've got to keep a lid on things. This is how they're doing it. Brilliant fielding that. They are a very, very good fielding side. Along with South Africa and New Zealand, they would be the top 3 fielding sides in this competition.
Well, that's going to be his problem. He is quick. Saw him in Sharjah last year, bowled a really quick spell against India, in fact, a match which Zimbabwe won. He got Sachin Tendulkar with a very good bouncer, but he does tend to be wild. Target 253. In the brackets there's 46. That's 46 overs that India have the runs to get. They were debited with 4 overs because they'd only bowled 46 at the cut-off point in the Zimbabwe innings. .252 for 9 was the Zimbabwe score.
Ajay Jadeja, the vice captain of the Indian team, has plenty of responsibility on his shoulders now. Sachin Tendulkar is not playing in this game. Mohammad Azharuddin, the most experienced one-day player in the world, he's out back in the pavilion, so Jadeja knows he's got to play a big hand, big innings here. Quite happy to play the waiting role to start with, Ajay Jadeja. Here's the latest on the Sri Lanka-South Africa game. Sri Lanka looking in trouble, 31 for 5. Replying to South Africa's 199 for 9.
South Africa weren't much better than that. When they were 5 wickets down, they struggled early on. But one doesn't feel that Sri Lanka can recover as South Africa did. Second wide of the over, so 15 extra balls now given away by Zimbabwe.
Well, one of the reasons why Alistair Campbell held Olonga back and didn't give him the new ball was because he knows that Olonga doesn't quite have the control that the other bowlers have. He's got the speed and he's aggressive, but he can bowl a little way off target, shall we say.
Oh! He was past the point of no return. He was a long way down. Perhaps Olonga might have just settled himself a bit more.
But there really wasn't a run in it. He's on the back foot and the ball has gone where Olonga has been able to recover from his follow through, change track, and look at him, not even in the frame. 3 wickets down. Ajay Jadeja should know that singles really like this and risky singles are not the order of the day.
A mere, well, I would say probably an inch, 2 inches away, but he might have settled himself with the batsman that far down.
Well, that is much better from the Indian point of view. Jadeja getting right behind the line of the ball.
Does have pace and showed great character as well. Came into the Zimbabwe team as a teenager, had problems with his action, was called for throwing and worked on his action, got that rectified and played a very big part in Zimbabwe's victory over Pakistan, their first away victory in Test cricket. Down towards third man, they'll think of a second but not come for it. Good strong return.
There is pretty easy run up there, leaning forward as most coaches advise you to get a little more speed, and then around the delivery stride just easing back, bowling from wide of the crease, and that could be the reason why he does not always get that outswinger on target. He's got to try and get closer to the stumps.
Well, just the 2 wides in the over. Otherwise, not a bad start. So 83 for 3, 14 overs gone. We'll have the first drinks break of the innings.
Okay. Well, the action going on at Northampton is thoroughly dramatic. Chasing 200 for victory. Kaluwatarana got off to a dreadful start for Sri Lanka. He was the first to fall to a fired-up Jacques Kallis. And 12 for 1, Ramiz. A poor start by the Sri Lankans.
Yes, Kallis bowled a lovely line, a little bit of away swinger. Kaluwatarana not getting his front foot to the pitch, and a very good take by Kallinan on his second attempt.
Sanath Jayasuriya had a fantastic World Cup out last time in company with Kalu, but things didn't really work out for either of them over at Northampton. It's been a dramatic start, as we're about to find out. Kallis again.
Yes, inside edge, a little bit of in-swinger as well from Kallis. Bowled at a very rapid pace and was bowling quite magnificently at that point of time. Little cramp for space there, Jayasuriya.
And every bowler likes to see that. Marvin Atapattu next to go.
This wasn't a very good shot from Atapattu. 2 wickets had fallen. He should have just stayed there, tried to negotiate that off-stump line, failed to do that, played a wild shot and perished.
Atapattu then falling for 1 run only. 14 for 3. The Sri Lankans in complete disarray. Aravinda de Silva, they needed a big innings from him, but I'm afraid it wasn't to be. In came Aravinda, and he was to fall to Sean Pollock.
Well, Aravinda has a tendency of shuffle across, and he was there just a little unlucky because the ball hit him a little up on the thigh pad. But umpire decided that he was in front and was adjudged leg before. There you see him shuffling across, but the ball just high on the thigh there.
That looked a little bit tricky. Ranatunga, the ball before this, had sliced 1 for 4 over the slips. Well, Alan Donald wasn't standing for any of that. 7 runs only scored by the skipper. 31 for 5, and complete disarray for the world champions as they chase a modest target of 200 runs. So wickets falling all over the place at Northampton, and it's been a dramatic start back at Leicester as well. There is the Sri Lankan score. We'll just quickly go through that. Doesn't make very good reading if you're watching this in Sri Lanka. 37 for 5 at the drinks interval. Now we're back at Leicester.
"13 overs gone. The field now can be dropped back. The restrictions have ended after 13 overs because of the reduction to 46 overs. So only 4 men need to be in the field restricting area, and in fact only 4 are. Olonga with a strong but inaccurate throw, but nevertheless he got rid of it quickly enough. Batsmen were influenced into remaining on 1. Ramesh now moves on to 34 from just 38 deliveries. Came in to replace Tendulkar, batsman who has come into international cricket quite recently, less than a year. In fact, gained his place in the Indian Test side on the strength of his run scoring against the West Indies A team. He played for India A in 3 matches in India late last year, and immediately came into the side and established himself with runs in the Test series. Averaged 496 runs in the Test series on debut. Fine return right over the top of the stumps to the bowler's end. Superb work by Olonga.
Yes, he realized that he should throw to the end where Jadeja would be running, because they sense that Jadeja is more of a danger man than Ramesh.
That'll go away. Olonga very, very fast, and in fact gets it. Had it come off the bat, it would have gone for 4, but the ball slowed up as it came off the thigh pad. He raced around like the sprinter he was in his teenage days.
I'm not sure as a fast bowler is appreciating doing all that running. Fast bowlers expect when they're a deep third man or deep fine leg, not a single ball to come their way, so they can recover their breath and be ready to bowl the next over. Henry Olonga, 2 consecutive deliveries, he's had to do a bit of running.
Six from the over, so India's rate continues. 89 for 3. Big advantage on the runs for India after 15 overs, but there needs to be, because the overs which they have now allocated to them have been reduced to 46, so they have 4 fewer overs to make the runs than Zimbabwe did. Here's Olonga. Just had a very short shower. Forecast for the afternoon was for thunder showers, and in fact it wasn't at all promising. Members of the Indian support staff in happy mood. They've been located here in Leicester. This is the home base for the Indian team during the World Cup. Each of the teams have been given a home base prior to the World Cup and during it as well. India were based here in their build-up to the World Cup. You as confident as that, Sunil? We will win, it says. But the way things are developing here, it looks as if you're going to get a good close match.
Yes, I think it's important for India to have Ajay Jadeja stay till the end, because he's got the experience, he's got the inventiveness required when things are just a little bit tight. He's a very good runner between the wickets. Normally a very good judge, excepting for that occasion in the previous over when he just started off. And he's the kind of player who will encourage his partner to play that much better.
Another wide from Olonga. 2 in his first over. Now he's had 3 overall. And already 11 in the innings.
Well, the Indians struggled with controlling their direction. Zimbabwe is struggling even more. Olonga, you can see they're striving for that extra yard or 2 of pace and just losing it a bit. Very disappointed with himself.
Well, if possible, that could be a double wide, but the law only prescribes the umpire to signal 1.
Well, I think he's really got to get closer to the stumps. He is bowling from so wide of the crease that if he doesn't get that outswinger on target, he's going to go even wider.
Very nifty hairdo. I saw you with a moustache early in the competition, Sunil. Perhaps you may be inclined just to try and copy that hairdo. It's quite unique.
Well, you have to understand, Tony, that Henry does have a lot of hair to play around with and try all these different styles. If I try and do something like this, whatever I have will be gone in a jiffy.
Pretty close, but the ball did swing away even more. And perhaps it was an optical illusion that the crowd figured it was going to be another wide. It was close enough, it did swing a lot more.
he's still not getting close to the stumps. He's got a very good outswinger. And if he's observed bowlers like Richard Hadley, Ian Botham, Kapil Dev, who had beautiful outswingers, they got so close to the stumps. What Olonga does manage to do is get the batsman wondering when the next ball is going to be on target.
I suppose the same theory was used with Scud missiles. 52 for 3 after 16. Olonga has had 2 overs, 6 runs, 18 runs conceded, 4 wides. Sorry, 6 runs conceded from his 2 overs, 4 of them have been wides. He streaked 18 runs from his 5 overs and a wide down the leg side. So 21 wides in the Zimbabwe innings by the Indian bowlers. Zimbabwe have returned the favour by giving 13 so far.
Well, that'll at least mean that India will get closer to 50 overs. Instead of the 46 they have been allotted.
That'll be 4 wides now. Terrible delivery. Absolutely shocking. That counts as 5.
Well, look at that delivery now. Having bowled the one that swung into the left-hander, Heath Streak trying to make up for that by trying to bowl the one that went away. Just wasn't able to get it on target. This has been a problem for the bowlers here today. The ball's been moving all over the place. And maybe it's time to hold the ball across the seam rather than along the seam till you get your accuracy.
Maybe a little fortunate to get away with that. We saw one which was, I would say, equally wide as that and called by umpire Willie early on when the batsman missed his cut shot.
So what it'll do is make the batsman feel that he's not really scoring. Although the runs are being added to the team's total, every batsman likes to feel that he's scoring runs off his bat. And what is happening over here is that the concentration level can just go down when you're not actually feeling the ball in the middle of the bat.
Olonga is down there, so just the single.
Over the wicket.
He's been made to do a lot of work. Olonga, a deep third man. Fine leg now to the right-hander.
That back foot on the line. Of course, that box also does come into the umpire's consideration for a no ball. It's not just the front crease; it's also that that crease there as well. And the front foot can go out there. It doesn't matter. but it's the back foot that the umpire will be looking for. Should be always difficult, of course, for the umpire to check front foot, back foot, look up quickly and see if the edge has been taken, the pad, front of the stumps, such as that. Very optimistic appeal.
Well, appeals are made nowadays mainly to try and distract the batsman from going for the leg byes well outside the line of the off stump, but as soon as the appeal would be made, the batsman will be looking at the umpire rather than at the ball, and that can make a difference between completing a quick leg bye or being run out.
End of the over, 99 for 3. With plenty of help from the Zimbabwean bowlers, as indeed Zimbabwe had help from the Indian bowlers with their wides. India have gone on quite quickly, 99 for 3 from 17 overs. Time is not quite what you see there. In fact, it's now just about 4:30 here in Leicester. Going to have a change in bowling. Another medium pace is going to come on. Guy Whittle is going to come on from the pavilion end.
So Kapun Ramesh has to concentrate now.
Raises India's 100 and raises the voices of the very strong Indian support around the ground here at Grace Road.
Yes, they were a little disappointed in the morning when they heard that Tendulkar wasn't playing, but when they found out the reason why, they were understanding.
As we saw some empty seats around the ground this morning, would you think that that would have been one of the reasons? Word got around that Tendulkar wouldn't be playing?
No, I think it must have been somebody's held up in traffic. There are lots of people coming in from London, lots of people coming in not just from Leicester but from all over UK. So maybe they haven't been able to come here in time, or maybe they'll come here for the last 10 overs.
All the tickets are pre-sold, so it's not a question of those seats are being vacant and not paid for. Guy Whittle, the fifth bowler used by Alistair Campbell, the Zimbabwe captain, also has the option of using Paul Strang, the leg spinner. Olonga, and again he misses. Been put on a lot of pressure in the field, Henry Olonga. End of Guy Whittle's first over, 103 for 3.
Change your bowling.
Henry Olonga marking at his run there. Had the opportunity of running out Ajay Jadeja off the last ball of the previous over. Throw at the stumps, and Jadeja would have been out had that ball hit the stumps. In fact, he got it wrong. Olonga, he let go of the ball too late, and it pitched into the turf first. He's now changed ends, Henry Olonga, having bowled from the pavilion end. He's now changed ends, and he'll continue. In the commentary box, Graham Fowler, and with him, John Embry.
Well, this is only his third over, but it's his second spell. He bowled 2 at the pavilion end, and he's now coming on for his third over. That's a very wayward ball. It's a no ball because it's above waist height on the full. And when it bounced, it gave absolutely no chance to the wicketkeeper. Very awkward bounce. They're incredibly hard to take. Nice gesture, the apology.
Just lacking a little bit of control, Henry Olonga. One of the reasons he was taken off from the other end, but high full toss there that's actually gone through for 4 extra runs. Not much Andy Flower could have done that, the Zimbabwe wicketkeeper.
Just a single there with that. Head high full toss, commonly known as Beamer. It goes down in the squad because 5 no balls. I was just having a conversation with Colin Croft, the former West Indian fast bowler, and he believes that in those circumstances, if a ball like that it goes for 5 no balls, then he believes the bowler should bowl an extra 5 balls. We'll be here all day. Despite the throw, it was an easy single there.
This partnership been allowed to develop by some good running between the wickets by these 2 Indian batsmen, and some wayward bowling by Zimbabwe. A very strange decision at this stage to bring Henry Olonga back into the attack. Need to maintain a little bit of pressure.
That'll be another wide. Well, at the start of the innings, India needed 5.5 runs per over, and it's coming down all the time. They now need 5.13. And we were very critical of India's bowlers, that they ended up giving away 50 extras. Well, already the extras in the Indian innings is 32.
Brandes, elder statesman of the Zimbabwe side, just having a few words with Henry Olonga just to calm him down. He'll be nervous as his first World Cup.
It's nicely played, just for a single.
Henry Olonga can be genuinely fast, but I think prudence might prevail, and if he just cut down his pace a little bit and got a little bit of control. It's part of the development of young players that haven't got a lot of experience, is that they gain that experience by making mistakes, but not really, shouldn't be at the expense of being part of losing a match.
Well, here we go. I'm going to disagree with you. I actually think if you've got a talent like Olonga, and he's very fast, then I think you should learn to develop as a bowler whilst maintaining your pace. Because I I just get the feeling that if he cuts down his pace and learns to bowl line and length, and then tries to bowl fast again and can't do it, then he'll end up being a medium pace bowler.
I agree in a sense that if you're using him as an attacking bowler to get wickets, but in this occasion when you've got a partnership developing and a lot of runs coming quickly, and India are up with the run rate, although he's lost 3 wickets. Although another wide there, bowled down the leg side. Although we sort of say, yeah, okay, he could develop by playing him, really it comes down to the captain in the match situation, Graham, and use him. If you're going to use him and he's an attacking bowler, use him as an attacking bowler to take wickets when a partnership develops. But at this stage, in my opinion, you want to get a bit of control of the game. Paul Strang perhaps should start to get loose and come on and bowl, and just try and bowl it up a little bit.
It's going to be a good save, and it is. Competent piece of fielding. On the street. Yeah. That's quite wide, but he's thrown his hands through it beautifully. And that's It's 111 for 3. Guy Whittle to Jadeja. Just to complete the little chat we're having about Olonga, I mean, I completely agree with you that at this stage of the game, then maybe Zimbabwe want to tighten the run flow up. But I think you've got to encourage Olonga to keep bowling the way he is, and I think any protection that's given to him should be the responsibility of the captain.
I agree with that. But I think if he's not bowling particularly well, you can't risk him. You've got 6 bowlers in the side. You have got a safety valve. Not that you would consider Paul Strang or Guy Whittle your safety valve.
Well, there's been a great deal of talk about the white ball, how it moves more. And also there's been some talk about it being hard. Well, there's the proof. 1 split bat.
Chop for the 12th man. One bat with sponsors logos on, one without. He decided to go with the bat without. It's a damaged bat.
I think one thing every young cricketer should learn early in his career is never put your faith in the bat, because they're only pieces of wood.
Interesting pitch there. Alistair Campbell looks to be laying down the law to the Zimbabwean players who gathered around in a circle. They've got a lot to do if they want to get back into this game. It's just what they need at the moment. But that leadership has got to come from the captain himself.
It's quite balanced at the moment. 111 for 3. A couple of wickets and the game could spin right round. It's a long game when you've got to get 5.5 from start to finish. Well, that's a beautiful shot. If any young cricketer wants to see how to throw his hands through the line of the ball, then watch this.
Very little foot movement here from Jadeja, but he just sort of walked into the shot. But beautiful bat, full face of the bat, flying straight through the line of the ball. Excellent shot. Controlled. Good seam from Whittle, good ball.
One of the marvellous things about this, if you want to know what timing is, just look at his weight go through the ball there. Absolutely perfect. He hasn't tried to hit it hard whatsoever, and it's gone like a rocket.
And he changed his bat.
That's what I was saying. Never put your faith in the bat. They're only pieces of wood and they don't last very long. You're going to have your faith in your hands and your eyes and your feet, not in the piece of wood.
You recommend a belief in your own ability?
Certainly. There's also something else. I had great belief in my bat manufacturer that he could produce ones very similar.
Yeah, there's a lot of batsmen that just lose a little bit of confidence if they don't have a bat that suits them and they're not timing the ball quite well. Prefer to blame the bat rather than themselves, but having a good bat does make a big difference. And at the moment, Ajay Jadeja's bat looks about 6 inches wide, playing extremely well.
Well, his strike rate's not that impressive at the moment, but when you consider that Ramesh is incredible, and between the two of them, they're doing a great job.
They haven't got to do too much when there's 10 wides and 21 no balls.
Well, this should have been the last ball of the over.
Match extras 85, and 42 of those are wides.
That's a wild return to Andy Flower. And that is the end of the over with India on 122 for 3.
Change your bowling.
Well, we can see that India's run rate's well in front of Zimbabwe's at the corresponding stage. Dave Houghton was saying earlier on that in their side they don't have the likes of an Alan Donald or a McGrath or a Wazim Akram, so it really is a concerted team effort. And for Zimbabwe to get back into this game, then they really are going to have to regroup, not get flustered, and just do the basic things very well. Because if they lose the cool and become a little bit raggy, then India will race away with it. Paul Strang, the leg break.
Well, Alistair Campbell will certainly be hoping that Paul Strang can find his length immediately. Try and get a little bit of control, reduce the current Indian run rate. India batting extremely well. Ramesh inexperienced at one-day international cricket, and here we have the Zimbabwe bowling at the moment. Brandes 3 overs for 27, didn't quite get his line right at the start, nor did Neil Johnson. Lots of wides, extras conceded there.
And if you look at those figures, Henry Olonga's only gone for 17 off his 3 overs, but there's been 11 extras as well. And that makes a big difference. So we bowled just 1 over from this end, and Paul Strang, now it's up to him to introduce a different pace into the game.
Good work.
It becomes very frustrating. There's not a lot that the captain can do about the wides and the no balls that the bowlers produce, but very frustrating for him. He's got to try and gather the troops. Excellent stop by Brandes there. Didn't get a great bounce, but managed to get enough of a hand on it to stop the ball going for 4. India picking up a single.
Ramesh has just tried to club that. He'll probably be a little bit annoyed with himself. In some ways he got too far to the pitch of the ball. As we were saying, John, Zimbabwe are really going to have to regroup. And there's been a couple of sloppy pieces of fielding already in this over, and that's one thing they can't afford. What they really need to do is to tighten up and make the diving stops and make them cleanly. And as a fielding side, what you've really got to do is to turn the 2s into 1s.
Well, one way of trying to create that is to have more attacking fields. Strang bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Ajay Jadeja. He's got the deep cover point. If he was to come up in the circle, he'd create a little bit more pressure. Just going out.
Well, just to emphasise the fact that the field is split, there were 5 singles off that, the 21st over, and India are 3 for 127. That's the interesting thing. Look at the partnership. 71 runs scored off only 74 balls.
And 30% of that partnership would be runs given to India by the Zimbabwe bowlers. Grant Flower coming into the attack, left arm spin. Just a change of pace, spin at both ends. A good tactic by Alistair Campbell. Quicker bowlers not quite giving him the control that he needs of this stage of the game. Try and make something happen. And Grant Flower's going to bowl over the wicket. The line he'll be looking to bowl will be round about leg stump, not giving him too much room, certainly no room outside off stump, and just trying to tuck him up. And that is what Grant Flower's got to be very careful of if he strays a little bit too leg side-ish. Just here, ball pitching down the leg side, not enough turn there to clip the pad or hit the pad. Good batting by Jadeja, just watching that ball onto the bat, open the face. Played the ball into the gap. Good cricket.
I reckon that's it, huh? Yeah, that's it. Maza! Mama, वो लोग परेशान हैं, ठीक है? शॉर्ट बॉल होगा परेशान मत हो, फील्डर आगे 4 नहीं मिलेगा. सीधा ही जाता है इसका बॉल. हाँ? ओ यार!
Well, one thing that Indian batsmen are just working spinners into gaps. It's a national pastime.
Most importantly, they were very quick off the mark and got in comfortably. Well fielded there by Paul Strang in the mid-wicket area.
I get the feeling that Alistair Campbell's tried to change the pace with 2 spinners bowling, but I also think he's going to have to try and force the Indian batsmen to do something else. They're just milking the bowling at the moment, and he really is going to have to tighten up on the singles. Well, the required rate is 5.04 now after 22 overs. India 131 for 3. There's 24 overs left for, you look at the target, it's 253 in 46 overs, and that was because India bowled their overs very slowly due to 2 reasons. One, they were very lackadaisical in the field, but also they bowled 5 extra overs with wides and no balls. Well, there we can see the comparison, and India well in front at the moment, and they've lost the same amount of wickets of Zimbabwe. It's not over yet though. They still need 5 and over for the remaining overs, which is 24. But I really feel that Alistair Campbell's going to have to bring more men in, and we've got 5 men saving the single now, so that's a start. I mean, we've seen some spin on this wicket during the day, and I really think that Alistair Brown's going to have to. He's really going to have to put pressure on the Indian batsman to do something different, and he can do that by bringing the field in and really tightening up on the singles, which will force the Indian batsman to have to go over the top and play bigger shots. If it doesn't work, then that's unlucky, but if it does work, then it'll bring them back into the game.
Also taking wickets is one way of slowing down the run rate. But most importantly for Zimbabwe at this stage of the game is that they need the wickets. India 3 wickets down, another 2 more wickets. Put them under a lot more pressure.
Well, I get the feeling that the next 10-12 overs, the game's going to be won and lost in the next 10 or 12 overs. Zimbabwe pick up 3 wickets, they're in with a great chance, but if they don't, then India are going to broken the back of reaching this target of 253.
India have paced this innings very well. They've obviously been helped on the way with the extras that have been conceded by Zimbabwe, but there's no real urgency. They're just cruising along as they can maintain this run rate and keep it down to around about 5s.
Oh, strangle, lovely pace, lovely pass.
Yeah, just to illustrate the point, John, the last 12 runs that India have scored have all been singles. Correction, the last 13.
That is very good cricket by Ramesh. He's been using his wrist to work the ball on the leg side. India 135 for 3 after 23 overs.
And there you see that Ramesh is 47 not out, and And this partnership is invaluable. Not only is it worth 79, but off only 87 balls.
Well bowled by Grant Flowers. A little bit of rough outside the off stump to the left-hander. And this ball just lands in that. Ball held. Didn't quite get.
Right work. Good pressure.
Didn't quite get enough
Keep this pressure on.
inside edge on that ball, but that's what he wanted him to do. Try and drive through the covers with that ball turning, get the inside edge, and
One big shot.
almost got that return catch, but not quite enough power in the shot.
Yeah, go.
Well, this is just starting to work for the Zimbabwean captain. The last 13 runs have all been singles, and so far this over, there hasn't been a run at all. And this is the type of pressure that Zimbabwe need to create in order to force the Indian batsman into either making a mistake and doing something stupid, or just really bog them down and increase the run rate.
More importantly, Graham, is they're making the Indians work for their runs rather than gifting them the runs, and that's what they need to do. That run rate, 5.70 by India, is extremely good. The run rate they required at the beginning of the innings was 5.50, so they're ahead of that at the moment, and just ease a little bit of pressure. But neither of these batsmen look under any undue stress.
Wow, jobs.
Well, that's a better over by Grant Flower. Just the two singles coming from that. 137 for 3. Interesting headgear. They'll be just telling each other, I would imagine, they'll be just telling each other to keep going. We don't need to do anything rash at this stage. We've got plenty of wickets in the shed. Just keep going.
This partnership between Jadeja and Ramesh reaching 82. Indian supporters around the ground quite enjoying the position that India are in. Not too sure how much watching of the cricket they're doing, but we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, it's too wide. Okay.
No one on the leg side saving one. 6 fielders on the offside for Paul Strang to Jadeja, so we can be looking for a line just outside off stump. He doesn't want to stray too straight.
I believe you can manage to bowl to this field. It's an enormous feat of accuracy. All Indian batsmen are quite wristy. He just needs to flick it onto the leg side.
Graham, I think that's good cricket. I think they're trying to make something happen there. He's bowling one side of the wicket, got defensive offside field. He's got cover if the ball gets through that field with a deep cover point and long off.
Field changes drastically for the left-hander Ramesh. It's always awkward for not only for a captain and the bowler, the wicketkeeper, but the fielders as well. When you've got to remember where you're going, what you're doing, and sometimes when they take a single, if you're 3 yards out of position when the ball's bowled, that makes the difference of a single. So everybody has to be on the toes, and it's vitally important for the Zimbabwean fielders that they're in place.
Ramesh being very patient, just nudging the singles, not going for anything big at the moment. Just content and working the singles, wait for that bad ball to come along, but the spinners have got an element of control over the last 2 or 3 overs and slowing the run rate down.
Do you think if he gets another single and he moves to 50, he'll play some shots after that?
No, Graham, I don't. I think he'll continue playing the way he is. There's no need. They're going along quite comfortably at the moment. But I like this field that Paul Strang has got.
Again, just 3 singles from the over. India 140 for 3. Paul Strang there would be reasonably happy with his figures at the moment. He's only gone for 12. So he'll be hoping to, if he picks up a wicket or 2, that will make him even happier. We're going to have a change in the commentary box to give you all the real inside information. There'll be Dave Houghton and Tony Cozier.
Streaky, good work, matey. Good job. Keep it on all the time. Every ball. Let's build it up.
This change in the attack with the spinners bowling has slowed things down a little bit for the Indians, and well, they are trying to just develop this partnership. Last 19 shots now have been singles.
And perhaps even more significantly, the wides have disappeared. So Ramesh, in his first appearance in the World Cup, one away from a very well compiled half-century. He wants a single, he'll have to hurry here. Looks as if he's home. Peter Willie not even asking for the replay, but taking a bit of a chance, but getting home and completing a very fine half-century.
And how his day must have changed, Tony. He probably wouldn't have known until he got up this morning that he was actually playing in today's game, and that's a wonderful effort coming here in 50 in his World Cup debut.
Very anxious to get it, took the chance, and the throw was a pretty good one, but Jadeja is extremely quick between the wickets.
This is the area that I didn't really want to see us in, where we're having to really bowl strength at the Indians. They play spin so well, use of the feet is magnificent. At a time like this, I was really hoping our seamers would be dominating on this wicket, which has shown movement all of the day. But unfortunately, the wides have caused us to change tack. And the spinners are doing a fine job for us at the moment.
Well, I suppose if they can bring it back and keep on putting the pressure on the Indian batsmen later on, have the seamers come back. They got a very stern talking to while Jadeja changed his bat earlier. There was a huddle and Alistair Campbell let him have a piece of his mind. Good shot over the top. Not quite. Trying to go over the top and Strang running back and not quite being able to get there. Encouragement from Jadeja. I don't think you'll want to see that attempted too often. Ended the over 145 for 3. Looked to go over the top, saw the mid-on in, and in the end just cleared him.
Murray Goodwin making a fine effort at that catch. Just curled on him as well as going over his head. found himself having to run backwards and dive sideways. Need to be a contortionist, I think. There you go, just having to dive to his right as well as running backwards. Would have been something near miraculous if he'd managed to pouch that.
And it would have been very significant too, because if Zimbabwe can get a wicket here, opens up the lower order of the all-rounder and the keeper and the bowlers. But at the moment, these two seem very well set. Another 19 overs and 5 balls remaining.
That's right. I think to have any real chance of winning this one, Zimbabwe really need to take a wicket or two within the next 20 to 30 runs.
Buys, or a buy, I should say.
Just appeared to York, Ramesh, and pitching in those bowlers' footmarks. Kicked up awkwardly. I think probably the first buy of the match, which is just something nice and different for the extras column, as opposed to wides and no balls. What a fantastic shot. Beautiful movement down the wicket, little shimmy. Placement absolutely superb. Alistair Campbell's put in a ring of fielders in the covers. He still managed to penetrate between wide extra cover. For me, shot of the day.
Yeah, no question. Look at the use of the feet here. Down the wicket, makes it into a half volley. Then he has to place it between the extra cover and the mid-off. And off a little bit wide, so there wasn't much of a gap. And yet he went between them. Superb stroke by Jadeja. India now past the 150 mark. And they'll soon be down to double figures as the requirement.
Well, a change of tactics from Strang, going round the wicket now, probably looking for a little bit of rough outside the legs, but much the same reply. Beautiful footwork down the wicket. Nicely driven out to long off for the easy single.
Runs coming quite freely now, and when they can pick up the boundary in between, keeps things ticking over. They really do look in command here, but it's not the type of pitch that's encouraging the spinners. Really, it's the faster bowlers who look the more dangerous.
Well, I think Alistair Campbell's big problem now is he knows he needs a wicket, but who does he turn to get it?
Eight runs off the over, 153 for 3, exactly 100 more needed. Big advantage there, 34 runs, but they have 4 overs fewer in which to get their runs of 253. It's exactly 100 from 19 overs, so they're looking at a rate which is not really testing, just over 5 and over.
Oh! Wow, Gobs! Right like
But
that.
it's a wicket here, or 2, quite quickly. Amazing how that can change things. Zimbabwe having real problems with their quicker bowlers. Brandes, Johnson, Streak and Olonga.
Yes,
all
Gops.
with wides and no balls, showing the type of
Right,
indiscipline
right,
which,
stop.
in fact, the Indian quick bowlers did as well.
Good pressure.
Just a little bit of
Hold
pressure
it.
being applied here now with Grant Flower bowling into the rough. He's getting a little bit of kick and bounce out of there.
Right stuff,
And
Gops.
this just might be the area that a breakthrough might occur. A fine fielder off his own
Pressure,
bowling as well.
Gops.
Down the wicket and just dropping short of the fielder. So Ramesh taking some chances here.
Well, Gops.
Twice now off Grant Flower. He's just eluded the field with miss hits.
Well, that brings up a 99-run partnership at the moment, but quite a stark difference in the use of the feet and the execution of shot between Jadeja and Ramesh in the last couple of overs. One seems to do it quite comfortably, the other in quite a hurry. There's the chance that was created, and straight down Murray Goodwin's throat at mid-on. And that just might be the partnership breaker that Zimbabweans require.
Well, the ball before, Jadeja came down, had a stern word with Ramesh. He had just cleared the field on 2 occasions. He didn't take heed of it, and straight into the hands of the mid-on fielder, Murray Goodwin, who earlier had that difficult chance which he couldn't hold on to. Fine innings by Ramesh ended, and it could be a significant dismissal. He goes for 55, 155 for 4.
How many wickets have we shown?
It will be 4. Just time now on Star Sports for an update from Northampton, where it's been a disappointing story for the Sri Lankans. That was Mahel Jayawardene departing to a terrible shot after he'd done a rebuilding exercise. 22 runs for Ramesh, but a very, very poor end.
Yes, poor loose shot there. You see him driving on the up. Ball was just a little short to be played off the back foot, but he tried to clear the cover fieldsman, then failed to connect it.
Chandana the next to go, and all kinds of disarray. Remember, the Sri Lankans were chasing a modest target of 200, but at 86 for 7 at this point, really in trouble.
Again, a very, very bad shot from Chandana. He was looking good, picking up singles until he ventured into that one off the back foot. Didn't control it and went straight to Daryl Cunningham at the cover.
The champions have now moved on to 96 for 7, and India require 99 for victory.
Robin Singh gets off the mark right away. So successful over from Flower. 1 for 14 now from 4 overs, 155 for 4. So Jadeja now left as the last of the really specialist batsmen. Robin Singh, an all-rounder, Mongia the keeper, and then the 4 bowlers. So still work for them to do here. So good partnership between Ramesh in his first appearance in a World Cup match. Exactly 100 between himself and Jadeja. Here's Paul Strang now.
Like to see the captain probably bringing in a bat pad at this stage. Second wicket would really slow things down a little bit. And as you say, it's quite a longish tail. 4 bowlers in there, and just Mongia to come before them.
Just out of reach. Miss hit and just wide of the bowler.
Still round.
All uppish all the way, a little bit wide of Paul Strang, but quite well timed. Got past him fairly quickly. But that's the sort of thing now, just a little half chance. Another wicket now would really put the brakes on, I feel.
Another superb shot down to the boundary for 4. That's the second time we've seen him play that shot. Paul Strang decided to go round the wicket to him. Magnificently played.
Well, I think the idea from Paul Strang here, going around the wicket to the right hand, is to try and get the ball at leg stump and just outside, as Grant Flower's doing. But as you can see from that line, he's actually just drifted across to off stump and opened up the offside field, and Jadeja put it away neatly.
Playing really well now, Jadeja. He's the one who will have to give the lead here to India. We've got the all-rounder Robin Singh in with him.
Still feel he could just be giving himself a little bit more of a line, a little wider of off stump, and try and get into those foot marks. A little bit too straight for me.
And to 4. Down the ground for 4, so a very expensive over from Paul Strang. 10 runs come off it. Might well be his last. 166 for 4 after 29 overs.
Well overpitched, as you said, Tony, but indiscipline of the bowlers here. You've just got the wicket. Ideal time to punch in 3 or 4 overs, low scoring overs, and just get that rate ticking upwards, and goes for 10 runs.
So India really pushing on here. This is a gift to a new batsman, Robin Singh. Asked a batsman who was out there for his 5th ball what would he like. He would say a full toss, just about shin height, on leg stump. From a slow leg spinner.
Flower doing some great work here. Really has bowled well in this match. It's into his 5th over and he's only conceded 14 runs and has the breakthrough wicket that was required. Really, for a part-time bowler, he's showing up the rest of the team at the moment.
Now the mid-on goes back.
That's it,
4 overs with 4 balls without a run scored. So you'll now give the run if that's the case, but save the boundary.
The run happily taken.
Plenty of adjustment to the field now. Long off his back, wide long on. And just the 1 run coming off the over. 1 for 16 from 5 overs, 15 from 5 overs, 167 for 4. Certainly on target here, India, to get the runs which they need. Need 253 from 46 overs. Zimbabwe need wickets.
Come on, let's go.
So with the Zimbabwe needing wickets to make a breakthrough here, they've just got 1. Ramesh out for 55. Jadeja is well entrenched. Very expensive over from Paul Strang to finish off with. Last over cost him 10. 5 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 29. Will be replaced now by Heath Streak. 2 for 25, the wicket taker from 6 overs. But he also had 9 wides.
Just look at that end column there with the wides. 18 in all. 19 actually. Far too many at this level of cricket.
Third man into the picture. Good piece of fielding. Got in there very quickly, good return.
Well, that's a better line and length. The thing is here, if the captain has turned to the senior bowler, try and get that wicket. Might as well get a slip in. Otherwise, where else are you going to get him out?
Might be just chatting about that. Alistair Campbell with his bowler. Brand is also getting into it. Very experienced cricketer. Should we or shouldn't we? And of course, they've got a new batsman in now. They've got Robin Singh in now, and he's just come in. In fact, Singh has only been there for 6 deliveries. Gully has been placed. And very good running. These two are extremely fast between the wickets. So the Zimbabweans really will have to be on their toes.
Very early call here. Pace of the ball is the important factor in this run. He hasn't drilled it at mid-off, he's just pushed it at him. Mid-off having to run into him, pick it up and throw at the same time. It's well judged single.
A little bit of a fumble gives them the opportunity to come for the single. They're looking for everything now, and they are very alert runners. Runner balls so far in this over. 3 off the first 3. That'll do India. Wide number 20. Not quite as bad as some of the others, but bad enough. 38 extras in this innings, 24 wides, and in all 45 when you add on the wides given away by the Indians. I know you had a number of warm-up matches before the competition proper started, David. Did you have the problem with wides then?
No, we didn't. They've kept this as a nice little surprise for me as the coach, just when we're playing in the World Cup. Robin Singh just walking across his stumps there. Got some bet on it, and again, very well run too. If he misses one of those, though, he could be standing pretty much adjacent to middle stump.
Scurrying home for the second. Andy Flowers demolished the stumps without collecting the ball. See a little frustration coming through here with Zimbabwe.
Yes, Tony, I think all those wides have probably got to one or two of them out there. They've certainly got to me.
So the end of the over, 173 for 4. Grant Flower continues as we see the score in the other group match today. South Africa seemingly on the verge of their second victory in the competition, having beaten India in their first match. Sri Lanka lose that match, as it looks as if they will. It will be their second defeat following their defeat in the opener against England. And overthrows possibly? No. Gone too far past the stumps. We haven't hit the stumps yet today, and that's a good piece of backing up to prevent the overthrow. Alistair Campbell setting the example, the captain.
Yes, Gav.
That's a bit of line at Robin Singh. His first few balls he's bowled at Robin Singh, he bowled a little bit straight. Have to see him just outside that off stump a bit more and into that rough.
Sticky boy, well moved, mate. Well moved, tricky. Good stuff, Gobs.
Well, Squirreliga will ask for the replay, but it was a mis-stumping. He was quite a way down. Andy Flower fumbled it.
I don't know either. I think it before might have hit it.
I think the important thing to see here in this replay is whether the ball actually rebounded off Andy and hit the stumps, or whether he broke them with his gloves.
You don't seem all that confident out there, the Zimbabweans. Dragged him down. Well, no ball in his hand there. Looked as if the ball was going to go onto the stumps, but he hit the stumps before with his gloves. This may give us a better view. Umpire Darrell here may find it very difficult to get that. Here is the Panay view of that. And in fact, his gloves did break the stumps. Just a fumble chance. waiting for the decision of umpire Darrell here. The third umpire, the TV replay umpire today, and there it is. So fumbled stumping chance by Andy Flower off his brother Grant. Would have been an important wicket and would have been a deserved wicket for Grant Flower, who was bowled really well. Very good over, just the one run coming off it. Should have had a wicket as well. 174 for 4. Heath Strick now starts his 8th over.
Waiting, waiting!
As we look back at that score from Northampton. Looks as if Sri Lanka are going to go down to their second defeat there. These 4 teams, along with England and Kenya in the group. Beautifully bowled, and that's out. Leg before. Heath Strick has struck a very important blow here. He has removed the dangerous Jadeja. He's come back specifically to make the breakthrough, and he's done just that with his 3rd wicket.
Wicket to wicket here, not much swing. Aja, having played so well and so straight throughout the day, playing across that a little. And how important is that missed stumping now, Tony?
So Jadeja goes, leg before to Heath Strick, 43, and India 174 for 5. New batsman is Ajit Agarkar, comes in to replace Jadeja. Umpire Peter Willey giving the decision, and what an important wicket that was. Jadeja played extremely well. There's it again, delivered from close to the stumps, playing just on the crease in a very confident appeal. And umpire Willey reckoned that it was confidence which was justified.
Interesting choice of new batsman. Agarkar coming in ahead of Mongia. Known more for his striking ability than playing long knocks.
You wouldn't think that his confidence would be too high either, having conceded today off his 9 overs 70 runs, and also being knocked around in the match against South Africa, the first one. But an opportunity perhaps for him to just make amends for that.
Well, the rate just creeping up as well, Tony. It's pretty much a runner ball now, 6 and over.
It's well played to get off the mark. Sri Lanka now just 1 wicket standing, and South Africa with that match right in control Sri Lanka had it early on, certainly. But South Africa just emphasizing how strong they are all the way down. Just one run, so we've had 2 overs now with just 1 run from each. 175 for 5. So that's pretty easy to work out. Half the wickets down. And exactly now a runner ball needed. Grant Flower will be the bowler. Ajit Agarkar in strike, and in the commentary box, John Embry, and with him, Sunil Gavaskar.
Thank you, Tony.
Oh! Well, Gob.
India have just lost their way a little
Coming
bit,
for you, Gob.
losing Ajay Jadeja in the last over. Good fielding. Don't know if there's a great deal of confidence with the Zimbabwe fielders, but David Orchard, the umpire, has called for television replay. It's going to be very close.
Yes, with the first ball being a dot ball, Ajit Agarkar, inexperienced, was under pressure to try and make the second one count. And he's well short because he hit the ball firmly to the fielder at mid-on. That allowed the fielder to attack the ball as well. The ball came out at nice speed. And you can see that Ajit Agarkar is short of the crease. It's the wicket that India didn't have to lose at this stage. There the red light goes, which means Ajit Agarkar has to walk back, and he's had a bad match. He's given away plenty of runs in his bowling stint. And they sent up the order ahead of Nayan Mongia to try and accelerate the scoring. He hasn't been able to do that. India losing their 6th wicket now for 175.
And Nayan Mongia, the new batsman coming to the crease. He won't be on strike. That'll be left to Robin Singh, and this is why he's at the crease.
But let Grant carry on the side.
Excellent fielding by Murray Goodwin. Gets that ball in really quickly, and Ajit Agarkar just struggling to find the crease. It feels that India have got themselves under a little bit of pressure. The 4s are not coming. It's got away with that top edge. Ball running away. And 2 runs to Robin Singh.
Anywhere there.
Well, Robin Singh now trying to do something different, because India have lost a couple of deliveries in this over, trying to make up for that.
Excellent cricket being played by Zimbabwe and just squeezing the Indian batsmen, putting them under a little bit more pressure. Short struck, straight to deep square leg. Poor return, Andy Flower won't be pleased with that. And we've got a result at Northampton. Sri Lanka have been bowled out for 110. They've lost that match by 89 runs. Bowled out in 35.2 overs, and that's South Africa's second win in the group matches. And more importantly, Sri Lanka's second loss.
How many to go? One to go. Left arm.
Mongia just plays forward there, and India at the end of the 34th over, 178 for 6. India 178 for 6. Only 12 runs coming from the last 5 overs. And one can't help but feel that Ramesh has contributed to this pressure that has come upon the Indian batsman. He's batting very well in a partnership with Jadeja. His dismissal after scoring 50 runs. And a mini collapse, losing Jadeja. And then Ajit Agarkar run out. Well played by Robin Singh. Ball going down the leg side. Taking the single, and the graph there just shows that India have been well on top, but the loss of those wickets will just slow down the run rate. They're going to have to rebuild. Run rate required now is 6.25, and that's gone up from a rate at the beginning of the innings of 5.50.
The Indian captain and the Indian coach there discussing what kind of tactics they should employ now, the remaining overs. What India have to remember is that there will be a few dot balls even in these overs. But whenever the opportunity presents itself, they have to try and capitalize on it. Try and make up for the earlier dot balls. They've got to really look to run the singles and the twos very hard now. This is the time for a lot of hard work, a lot of hard running.
And that's short ball, and that's well struck, and that ball is going all the way for 6 runs. Nayan Mongia just coming to the crease, but picked up that short ball from Neil Johnson very quickly. Neil Johnson carrying on where he left off at the beginning of the innings.
This is exactly what I meant by saying that there will be dot balls, but then an opportunity will present itself, and you've got to really capitalize on it. Nayan Mongia has done just that, going for maximum.
It's very important at this stage, Sonny, that India don't panic in this situation. They still need 6 runs to run a ball.
That's right, having it a 6 now. He's got to play it intelligently. He's an experienced player. You can't really go for the wild slog like he attempted just now. What he's got to do is try and now push the balls for 1s and 2s.
That's a beautiful shot. Full length ball from Neil Johnson, beautifully timed by Nayan Mongia. Just wide of mid-on. It's a super shot.
Once again, the opportunity presenting itself with a half volley on the leg stump. And then Mongia has dealt with it very nicely. Now the pressure is certainly off. Now they don't have to do anything silly, the Indians. played intelligently, used their experience. Both Robin Singh and Nayan Mongia, vastly experienced in the one-day game.
And India requires 64 runs from 67 balls. 12 runs from the over, and at the end of the 35th over, India are 190 for 6. And Robin Singh and Nayan Mongia, a little chat together in the middle of the wicket. They'll be discussing a plan. No reason for them to think big in terms of 4s and 6s. Just wait for the bad ball, pick up the singles, just edge their way near that total. Very important that they still have wickets in hand at the end of this innings, and if India have got wickets in hand at the end of the innings, one can only assume that they are going to win it.
1 wicket, Top.
Grant Flower coming on for his 8th over, and this is the bowler that's actually created the pressure. He's bowled 7 overs, sorry, but 1 for 19, and he is the bowler that has created this pressure, build up this run rate.
Oh, this is a good tactic that is being used by the Zimbabweans, having a left-hander bowling over the wicket at the right-hander's pads. Srinath Jayasuriya did that very effectively in the 1996 World Cup, cramping the batsman for room. This one was a full toss, so was easy pickings there. But Grant Flower has done the job for his team, has curbed the Indians, stopped them from accelerating.
Cobb. Right, great stuff, Cobb.
Better line, just a little bit wider, but a lot of rough outside the left-hander's off stump, which makes it a little bit difficult for him to time the ball. But good shot, single to Robin Singh.
Well, they can afford to have the odd dot ball even now, because they are ahead of the asking rate.
A little bit, as the game gets a little bit tenser, a little bit noise in the crowd, mostly from the Indian supporters. I haven't seen too many Zimbabwean ones. Very well placed, just chipped that ball over the infield between mid-on and mid-wicket. Very well judged strike by Nayan Mongia. A bit risky playing against the spin, but not quite getting to the pitch of it, but the middle of the ball, and got the ball where he wanted to go.
Turn it up. Well, Cobb.
60 balls, 61 required.
Dewey.
Sorry, 61 balls, 60 runs required. Batsman putting pressure on the Zimbabwe outfielders. Only a single there. 4 singles off the over. Indian total goes on to 194 for 6. Grant Flower, 8 overs, 1 for 23. Only on for 2.8 runs and over. Good bowling in the middle of this Indian innings. He's kept a check on things. Shafts of light breaking through the clouds. Hopefully they're not coming this way. But we've got an exciting game in progress. Paul Strand coming into the attack. There's a lot of bowling for Zimbabwe towards the end of the innings, especially when the run rate starts to creep up. It was a little bit flatter in one-day cricket. His first spell, 5 overs, none for 29. Very important for him to get a ball on the spot straight from the start. I'd still like to see him put a little bit more pressure on the Indian batsman. He's 4 fielders saving a 1, the rest around the boundary. Good sweep by Robin Singh, with bias of the ball, taking it around to deep square leg. Struck that ball very solidly, in fact so hard that he wasn't able to get back for 2. Rolled the wrists over that shot, keeping the ball down. Good fielding by the deep square leg fielder.
Go.
Shot off the back foot by Mongia, going back for 2, very close. And the batsman on this occasion, stick my neck out and say that he's in.
Well, I think he's struggling. There really wasn't any need for that second run, because they are well ahead of the asking grade. The ball's been struck firmly, it's gone to the fielder. Now, English grounds are not very big, so it's not like Australian grounds where you could have taken a chance. But over here, Robin Singh has had to dive, and I think he may be struggling just a little bit. I think it's the dive that has saved him. But it's a risk that's not worth taking, because he's the one recognised batsman that India have left, with due respect to Nayan Mongia.
Sonny, just a little bit, just a few overs back, India sent in Ajit Agarkar. I'll put you on the spot a little bit here. What do you think about that decision?
Looking at the way it's not worked, what I think of the decision is easy to say. If it had worked, then I would have said, yes, it was a very good decision. I think the thinking behind that was to try and make sure that Ajit Agarkar, because he's a batsman who hits the ball hard and long distances, but he really didn't get the opportunity. The thinking wasn't wrong at all. Now, this is what I mean. This is where they have to put pressure. They put pressure. They've run the first run fast, and therefore they gave themselves the chance to go for the second run. They have to convert the 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s, but not taking unnecessary risk. Here, look at the way Robin Singh is haired up for the first run. He's completed the second comfortably.
Well bowled by Paul Strang, fuller length, straight. Robin Singh playing all around that, but very fortunate for him, he managed to get a bat on the ball.
He does play the sweep shot well, Robin Singh. Anything from outside his off stump, he's able to sweep.
That's the end of the 37th over, and the Indian total goes on to 202 for 6. India require 51 runs from 54 balls. This partnership has put on 27 in 22 balls. Just getting India back on track. The Indian supporters coming to life, getting more excited as this match nears the conclusion.
This is where Nan Mongia is going to bring his experience into play. He knows that India is still ahead of the asking rate, and unless he's absolutely sure, he shouldn't be going the aerial route. Work the ones and the twos.
Excellent shot there by Nan Mongia. Got down, opened that front leg. Got the front leg open, gave himself room to get that ball in front of square. And that's an excellent shot, and that relieves a little bit of pressure from the Indian batsman.
Yes, this is an excellent shot because he's picked his spot well. There is a deep square leg and a wide long on. Huge gap there, so he's picked it very well. That's well played.
.47 runs required from 52 balls.
Good, sensible cricket there from Nan Mongia. Having hit a boundary of the previous delivery, just nudging the ball into the gap and picking a comfortable single.
Robin Singh on strike. Scored 19 runs off 26 balls. This partnership develops. Some intelligent cricket played by India, running between the wickets well. And that extra run was a little bit self-inflicted. Poor throw into the wicket-keeper. India taking advantage of that error by the Zimbabwe fielders.
Well, that's a painful one that he's got on the arm. Zimbabwe upset that the batsman did go for the run. Normally the ball, when it goes off the body of the batsman. Now we have a new physio here. Debashish Mohanty is known more for his seam bowling. But I don't know what kind of treatment was that. Now we have the official doctor. And now we've got the doctor's assistant also coming in.
Stuart Carlisle getting this ball in very quickly, unnecessarily, as Robin Singh hadn't left his crease. The ball hitting a painful blow just above the elbow. Mr. Campbell a little bit disappointed that India went through for the single, but I think there's a bit of sloppy fielding by the Zimbabweans, unnecessary. More so as it's cost them an extra run.
The throw was wide of the mark as well. It wasn't on top of the stumps. So Robin Singh quite entitled to think that since I was the target, not the stumps, not deliberate, that he should go for the run. It's a tight match, and they're going to try and take every opportunity to try and put runs on the board. It's the World Cup. No favours asked for, no favours given.
Intelligent batting. India now have got the run rate down below sixes. And just working the ball around now and putting the pressure on the Zimbabwe bowlers and fielders. Maybe that Zimbabwe need to bring those deeper men into one-saving positions to create a little bit more pressure, make India hit over the top. Runs off the over, and the Indian total rolls along to 210 for 6. It's important at this stage that this partnership doesn't break up. They batted extremely well to get India in a position of wouldn't say relative comfort, but certainly one in which they can win this game. And one can only think that the pressure that was created earlier on when Grant Flower was bowling with his streak, when they were looking to save the singles and creating pressure, putting pressure on India. They got the wickets, but immediately they got those wickets, they went on the defensive again, set fielders back, and have allowed these two batsmen to develop a partnership that's got them into a potential match-winning position. Googly there from Paul Strang. Well played by Robin Singh, playing the ball on the offside. Pick up a simple single.
Well, this was the wrong one. Robinson picked it up and helped it along with the turn. This is good cricket by the Indians. They're picking the singles.
One of the reasons this partnership has flourished is Nayan Mongia on strike now. He scored 23 from 16 balls. Robin Singh, and this partnership has been up to 36. Good shot, Nayan Mongia. Only one for it. Realises no need at this stage to take chances. Comfortable one.
Yes, no need to take chances now. What they don't need now is a run out. This is again very cleverly played with the turn by Nayan Mongia.
Away with not too good a ball there, but no run scored off that ball. Two singles, I think 5 balls in this over. So, element of pressure going back on the Indian batsman. 3 runs off that over, and the Indian total goes up to 213 for 6. Paul Strang just finished his 7th over, none for 40. This graph, the Indians got back on track after losing 3 quick wickets. Mongia very much the player that's got them in that position. And the last 8 overs, oddly enough, there have been no extras. And when you consider there's been 88 scored in the match so far, that is quite an incredible statistic. Grant Flowers field placings for Nayan Mongia. Mid wicket, just coming in here. Just in a 1 saving position. Man back here, short fine leg. Just the 2 fielders on the leg side saving 1. Mongia just playing that ball out on the offside, looking for the single. Let's keep the score ticking along. Don't really want to lose another wicket in the next 2 or 3 overs. And a half chance there, put down an extra cover. Mongia giving himself a bit of room.
Yes, he wasn't able to get the elevation that he wanted, Mongia. It was just a little too close to the ball. Most like a half volley. That's why he hit it firmly, but catchable height to the fielder. Now he's done the right thing, having escaped. Just pushing the ball for a single. There he is. He's got a little too close. He stepped down the pitch. He's got close to the ball. Therefore wasn't able to get under it and try and hit it over the fielder at extra cover. He had the right idea, but just got a little too close to the ball.
Grant Flower, and they require 38 runs from 37 balls. Grant Flower got long on, long off. Putting back deep cover points at the moment. Prefer to stop the 4. And that's the end of Grant Flower's spell. 10 overs. 1 wicket for 33, and he's had both of these batsmen missed. Robin Singh and the Indian total 215 for 6. And Grant Flower, good bowling spell. Had both of these batsmen missed. First Robin Singh by his brother Andy Flower behind the stumps. Comfortable stumping, missed the ball, and missed it on a second chance, and then in that last over, Mongia, that short extra cover. And a change of bowling. Guy Whittle coming on. Guy Whittle's first 2 overs went for 11 runs. Very much an attacking bowler. Very much an attacking bowler, working out with the captain here tactics. Field placings, very important at this stage of the game. I think having the whole game slows down in the last 4 or 5 overs in these situations. Important to get the field placings right.
It's also a very good way to break the rhythm of the batsman, particularly if there's a partnership going. The batsman anxious to get on with it, and if the fielding captain just delays it a little bit, that anxiety is increased. Can lead to a bad shot, a wrong selection of the ball to hit. But it also allows the batsman to reassess the situation. They've had 2 quiet overs.
Ball well struck there by Mongia, 2 runs straight down the wicket. Not much wrong. He hit the ball straight back over the bowler's head. And fielded by Stuart Carlisle, long off. Good bit of fielding, got round to it quickly. Bowling quickly, only 2 runs. Run rate 5.4 and over. And required rate 6.17. It's crept above 1 ball and over. 1 run a ball, sorry. Henry Olonga just getting his hands, didn't make a great fist of this, got his feet in the wrong position. Ball came to him a little bit quicker than he expected. Good throw into Andy Flower. And the batsman hadn't left his crease.
Every dot ball is now going to add to the pressure, because with those 2 quiet overs, one from Strang and one from Ground Flower, his last of the quarter, the Indians didn't quite get the required runs. There were 2 quiet overs, so suddenly the pressure is back on the Indians.
Robin Singh surveying the field. Look, see where he's going to place this ball. India playing some sensible cricket, just working this ball around. They've got through that stage where they felt they had to play some big shots. They've now got on top of the situation, just working the ball around, waiting for that ball to be over pitched or in the slot to hit. Certainly everyone in the ground riveted to the situation. And that's out, and Nayan Mongia swings across the line. There was no need for that at this stage of the innings, and that puts India on the back foot.
Well, those 2 quiet overs which I talked about had led to this situation where the pressure was back on the Indians, so they had to do something different. They were pushing the ball straight to the fielders, unable to push it away for a single, so Nayan Mongia going across the line. But he's done a good job, 28 of 24 deliveries, India 219 for 7.
And the new batsman, Javagal Srinath. Good man in this sort of situation, good striker of the ball. One just hopes that we don't see a shot like that too early. Got to play for Robin Singh, work the ball around, get used to the pace of the wicket. Guy Whittle, 1 more ball remaining in this over, gone for 4 runs. Well played. It's over. India are 219 for 7, and there'll be a change in the commentary with Graham Fowler joining Sunil Gavaskar.
Well, a very important wicket that Guy Whittle's taken in his 3 overs. This game has seesawed gently through the day, and it's becoming more intense now. There we see 219 for 7. 41 overs gone, but they've only got 5 more left. Going to have to keep the wits about them, both teams here. It's Strang, this is his 8th over. Grant Flower has been the best of the bowlers all day really. He bowled his 10 overs, 1 for 33, and in the context of this game, that's a great effort. Still very close.
Okay. Streaky just on square. Streaky.
Who's your money on, Sonny?
My money is in my pocket, Graham. At this stage, definitely is. India will rely mainly on Robin Singh. He's a recognised batsman. Srinath can hit the ball.
Just a single. There's the equation as it stands now. We've talked all day about wides and no balls, extras in general, and with this being as tight as it is, I think it's a fair bet that the side that's given away the least extras will be the winner. Or maybe not.
Yes, maybe not, if Srinath has anything to do with it. This is a clever move by Alistair Campbell, bringing on the leg spinner, because he knows that Srinath favours the onside. So he's got Strang who will turn the ball away from the right-hander. So in case Srinath doesn't quite get to the pitch, the ball is likely to be a miscue.
He's hit that nicely straight at extra cover.
Coming for you, Strangy.
Every dot ball now will be adding to the pressure.
There he goes to the leg side, but there's going to be nobody underneath that because it's gone all the way for 6. That was a magnificent hit.
Well, this wasn't a miscue. This was right in the slot there. Strang bowling it a little flatter, therefore not giving the ball the opportunity to turn. It was right in the slot. It was the wrong one as well.
That's sensible. 26 needed. 26 balls remaining.
Well, that was right in the slot, and it was the wrong one, the wrong ball to bowl to a player who hits mainly on the onside.
Just the single. This has been a good over so far for India. Eight runs off the over so far and 1 ball remaining. Oh, there's a slight bit of panic setting in the Zimbabwe camp. 8 off the over, India 228 for 7. Well, there's the situation. Doesn't need further explanation than that. Everybody knows what they need to do. You can guarantee there's going to be a lot of discussion going on at the moment, not only between the batsmen, but also between the captain and the fielders. Gold dust dot balls.
There's going to be a lot of blind running now. Just going to set off because they'll try and make every ball count for something.
Srinath's gone through the gap. It'll only be a single. Straight to deep extra corner. That's a fine return as well.
He's reaching out for that. Just a little bit of width given to Robin Singh. But there is a fielder to cover for that shot.
Sensibly checked his stroke there. But that's not what Ed O'Brandy's needed to do. And Alistair Campbell will not be impressed with that. At this stage of the game, when it's really down to the wire, you can't afford simple mistakes like that.
The Indians putting him under pressure by taking that first turn very quickly. Made him take his eyes off the ball. Srinath was winding himself up for the big one, then checked his shot. But they took that first turn very quickly and put Ed O'Brandis under pressure because he took his eyes off the ball. And the Indians got an extra run for that.
Well, that's a complete club down to mid-on. This time they'll only get one. Olonga's been put it long on, and Ed O'Brandy's after that misfield has been dispatched to short fine leg.
Well, we've been saying that Srinath's been setting his stall to go for the big one. Under edges it.
Cleverly bowled, but I'm afraid that's a complete horlicks of a piece of fielding. Street did well to dive and stop the ball, but then needlessly threw the ball well over Guy Whittle's head. And that's an extra run.
Well, I'm not too sure it was needless because Srinath was too far down the track and he slipped. The throw had been accurate. He may well have been run out.
And that's gone a long way. That's the maximum. Peter Willie puts his fingers in the air. And Javago Srinath, I'd like to see him chop a tree down because he'd do it in one blow.
Well, that's what he does best. 239 for 7.
Well, that is just an absolute club. But it's gone miles and miles. It didn't get very high off the ground, but he's absolutely middled it. You'd like to say it's brute force and ignorance, but it's better than that. It's getting so exciting in the box that Sunil's had to disappear, and in his seat is John Embury. John, what do you think of that?
Well, I can think that Heath Streak's misfield and allowing Srinath to have the strike has created 7 runs instead of none, and certainly turned this game around in India's favour.
14 to win off 18 balls. Well, he's got a chance to make amends. Nicely played, cool, calm and collected. And that's well run. 2 easy runs. Robin Singh as cool as you like.
Good backing up and good running between the wickets by Srinath and Robin Singh. It was a well-placed ball just wide of mid-wicket. Srinath backing up well, and he's pretty quick between the wickets. And gets in for
He's clipped it again. They'll get another 2.
I don't think there have been many games in this tournament that have ebbed and flowed as much as this one. From one side winning it, losing it, winning it, losing it. Fantastic game.
Seesawed all day long, but I think the ball's firmly in India's court now. They look almost certain to clinch this. Hat-trick could go down well though, wouldn't it?
2:43 for 7. Robin Singh been there since India required 6 runs and over, 12 overs ago. And very much the linchpin in keeping the lower order together. And Nayan Mongia on the partnership that got him in this position, and then 2 lusty blows by Javagal Srinath.
Oh, there's confusion here. Srinath desperate to get down to the striker's end. Could have been a single, maybe, yes, no, definitely not.
The last thing that India need at this stage when they're winning this game comfortably is a run out, and Srinath getting very excited with the situation.
And that's another single. I get the feeling that the losing captain, whoever he is today, will give his team a firm dressing down, because rather than actually being beaten, you could say that the losers today have actually lost it themselves.
Good bowling by Heath Streak, bowling just short of a length, very straight, tucking Srinath up, not giving them room to swing those arms through. And the ball very high there. Well played in the end.
"13 balls remaining." That's a good ball from Heath Streak. He obviously doesn't want to give Srinath anything to swing his arms at. And at the end of the hour, that's only 5 off that over. India 244 for 7. When it gets down to the wire like this, at the end of the game, you can only look back and all the singles you gave away, or the wides you bowled, or the no balls you bowled. It's such a frustrating game, but it just shows that at this level, you really do have to be disciplined.
Whoever wins this game are going to feel as though they got out of jail. Both sides this evening or tomorrow, when they analyse this particular match, will be ruining those extras they've conceded. And the wides and no balls have been a big feature of today's game.
Well, this could make or break it. Henry Olonga coming back on. The reason India, they have made the day difficult for themselves. They've only got 46 overs in which to reach the target, purely because they bowl their overs very, very slowly. But curiously enough, in the allotted time, India bowled 46 overs, and in the equivalent amount of time, Zimbabwe have only bowled 44.
Incredible statistic, but very understandable towards the end of a match when it becomes very tight, that the fielding side take a little bit more time over their field settings, and especially on this occasion we've got Henry Olonga at the crease. Bit of a gamble, but I think Alistair Campbell realises he needs wickets and feels that if Henry Olonga can get the ball in the right area, then he may be the man.
Well, he's going to have to be now. Henry Olonga round the wicket. to Robin Singh. Well, he sliced that one. It's just going to drop short, but they'll still pick up 2.
Olonga just trying a little bit weird from the crowd getting excited. The supporters there getting to their feet as India ease towards this total of 253.
Yeah, but you could say they don't need to do that now. They only need 7 to win. There's 11 balls remaining. They can keep the ball on the floor now. And that's a catch. That's out. Alistair Campbell's taking a low diving catch forward, and that's the end of Robin Singh. Well, this game still seesawing.
Well, Alistair Campbell brought on Henry Olonga, bit of a gamble. His first 2 overs went for 11, bowled a few wides and no balls, but repaying his captain's faith. Here Robin Singh hits the ball unnecessarily up in the air, and a good diving catch forward by Alistair Campbell. And can this bring Zimbabwe back into the game? India 246 for 7.
Lionel Cumbley's at the crease, and there's only 10 balls remaining, and India only needs 7 runs to win. And the reason he's at the crease is because Captain Alistair Campbell took that catch. Well, I'm a little surprised that they almost turned that into pandemonium. I'm not so sure that they desperately needed this single.
Well,
and
the
as
batsman well out on this occasion. Just a hint there in the replay here of Robin Singh. Just a hint of reverse swing. Olonga bowling round the wicket and encouraging Robin Singh to get a thick outside edge.
Well, what's going through Srinath's mind? Is he going to look for singles, or is he going to look to finish it in one blow? We'll soon find out. Well bowled, that's a great ball and a great stop as well. But I'm not so sure whether there was a need to give an extra single with the overthrow.
Well, whether it's the pressure getting to the Zimbabwe fielders, but it was unnecessary to throw that ball to the bowler's end. No one at the stumps. Good ball by Olonga. Great stop by Grant Flower in the gully. Release the ball quickly, but too quickly for anyone to get to the stumps. The ball goes too long on.
Bowled him. That's it. Henry Olonga's taking his second wicket in the over. Srinath clean bowled. India still need 4, and they're down to the last pair at the crease.
Well, one can't feel that that was a poor shot by Srinath. India 249 for 9. And Olonga jumping for joy as Srinath plays all around that delivery. 4-length ball. Javagal Srinath 18 off only 12 balls, 2 huge sixes in that total. And the Indian number 11 batsman, a lot of pressure on him. 249 for 9. Azruddin won't be a happy man up there. It's very important that Prasad plays this last ball from Olonga in this over out, so that Anil Kumble faces the first ball the next over, or most of the next over. Very poor cricket played by India at the end here. Got the equation down. And Srinath trying to finish the match in one hit. Unfortunately for him, the stumps go flying. Anil Kumble, the non-striker, be hoping that Prasad can keep this ball out.
Well, he's going to have to. If he doesn't keep this one out, then it's game, set and match to Zimbabwe. What a game this is. This is the end of Javagal Srinath. He may rue the wisdom of his choice of shot, but here we are back live. He's bound to be, he's out. Peter Willis decided that that's LBW, and a remarkable win by Zimbabwe. Henry Olonga has cleaned up the tail, and Zimbabwe win by 3 runs.
Absolutely astonishing cricket. Henry Olonga coming back on. Who would have thought that this is his 3rd over, 4th over. He's got 3 wickets for 22, 2 for 11 off of his first 2 overs, and David Houghton on the Zimbabwe balcony, ecstatic with that win. Great comeback, and disappointment there for India in a match that they felt that they should have won.
Remarkable, absolute. Henry Olonga, and he's in that last over, took 3 wickets for 5 runs. The game looked done and dusted. It looked all gone to India's way. Before that over, Henry Olonga had 3 overs, none for 17, but Peter Willie decided that that was LBW, and that is game, set and match. He's gone from 3 overs, none for 17 to 4 overs, 3 for 22.
It's an excellent over by Henry Olonga. Absolutely ecstatic, along with the rest of the Zimbabwean players. Disappointment for the Indian spectators in the crowd, and rightly so. We haven't seen too much of the Zimbabwe supporters in this match. It's been mostly India, but there they go. 1 or 2 Zimbabwean supporters there pleased with the outcome.
Well, if anybody wants to know what World Cup cricket's like, then this is a perfect match. And this is the incredible story of the Indian innings. Ramesh played very nicely through his 55. And I was really disappointed in the way he got out. He got to 50 and then slogged, which I'm sure his captain won't be pleased about. 249 all out in 45 overs. A complete change from what we expected. If you go through the Zimbabwean bowler, Grant Flower was the outstanding bowler throughout his 10 overs. Henry Olonga, what a way to finish a game. He had 3 overs, none for 17, 4 overs, 3 for 22. Well, there it is, Zimbabwe 252 for 9 of their 50 overs. India were restricted to 46 overs because they didn't bowl them in time. And it really looked as though for a long time India was sewing up the game. Henry Olonga had different ideas, and in the end they fell 3 runs short.